What dark force stirs when the sun dips below the horizon and the veil between the living and the spirits begins to quiver? Beneath the sacred trees of the Yoruba land, whispers coil like smoke, carrying tales of gods and mortals, entangled in a dance of power and betrayal. With every rustle of the leaves, a pulse thrums, a heartbeat echoing the ancient struggle for balance, where the fates of men and deities teeter on a knife's edge. As twilight descends, the air thickens with anticipation, and the shadowy silhouettes of Orishas stir. Shango, the tempestuous god of thunder, wields his fiery axe with a ferocity that electrifies the atmosphere. His laughter booms like distant thunder, yet beneath it lies a simmering anger, a longing for vengeance that threatens to erupt. But what drives the mighty Shango to rage? What betrayal festers in the depths of his heart, ready to unleash chaos upon the world? Not far from his tempest, Ocean, the goddess of love and rivers, stands poised on the banks, her beauty shimmering like sunlight on water. Yet sorrow clouds her luminous gaze. Once adored, now forgotten, she feels the chilling grip of isolation. Who has stolen her devotees? As the water flows, it carries her silent prayers, a desperate plea for recognition, for a return to the adoration that once filled her sacred waters. Unbeknownst to her, dark forces conspire, and the balance of love and power hangs by a fragile thread. In the underbelly of the earth, the cunning trickster Eshu watches with a sly grin. His eyes glint with mischief as he orchestrates a game far larger than any single deity could fathom. With a mere flick of his wrist, he can twist destinies, setting brother against brother and turning allies into foes. What tangled web is he weaving, and where will it lead? Each whisper of his laughter sends shivers down the spine of the world, beckoning the inevitable chaos. The night deepens, and the sacred drums beat in the distance, a call to the gathering of spirits. The air grows thick with the scent of sacrifice and the weight of choices yet to be made. Little do the mortals know, their lives are mere threads in a tapestry woven by forces beyond their comprehension. Every decision will echo through time, shaping the destiny of not just one, but many realms. As the moon rises, casting an eerie glow over the land, the stage is set for a confrontation that has brewed for eons. Will the gods rise to reclaim what is theirs, or will human ambition snuff out their light forever? With the clash of divine wills looming on the horizon, every heart beats in sync with the unfolding drama, a reminder that in this world, nothing is ever truly as it seems. The time for reckoning is near, and every secret, every hidden truth is about to burst forth with an intensity that will reverberate through generations to come. The night waits, pregnant with untold stories and unanswered questions, as history holds its breath. In the warm glow of the African sun, a rhythm echoed through the air, a beat that resonated with the very pulse of the earth. It was not just music. It was a call from the ancestors, a whisper from the past, laced with the stories of gods and mortals, weaving together the rich tapestry of Yoruba mythology. This mythology, like the vibrant colors of hand-woven cloth, is alive with spirit, filled with tales of creation, love, betrayal, and redemption. Each story pulses with the heartbeat of a culture that has endured for centuries, reflecting the hopes and fears of its people. Long before the world became a cacophony of modernity, the Yoruba people roamed the lands of present-day Nigeria, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature and the divine. Here, under the vast canopy of shimmering stars, intricate stories began to take root, nurtured by the lips of elders sitting around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the glow, eyes sparkling with the magic of the narratives they shared. These were not mere tales. They were the essence of existence, embodying the interplay between the seen and the unseen. The origins of Yoruba mythology trace back to the creation stories, where the universe was born from a swirling mass of chaos. From this chaos emerged Olodumare, the supreme god, whose essence permeated all things. In a grand design, he sent his emissary, Obatala, to shape the earth, molding it with the care of a master artist. It is said that Obatala descended on a golden chain, a divine link between the heavens and the earth, carrying all the tools needed for creation: a bag of earth, a chicken, and wisdom that transcended the ages. The air was thick with anticipation as Obatala prepared to breathe life into the lifeless land, a moment that would echo through the annals of time. But as with all great stories, darkness lurked in the shadows. The tale tells of a rival, the impetuous god, Oduduwa, who, in a moment of envy, seized the opportunity to claim the creation for himself. Their clash was cataclysmic, a battle of wills that shook the very foundations of the world. The skies darkened and thunder rumbled as these divine beings fought for supremacy, their powers colliding in a spectacle of fury and brilliance. The struggle ended not with a victor, but with a truce, as a new order emerged from the chaos, a reminder that unity often arises from conflict. From this divine struggle, the pantheon of Yoruba deities, known as Orishas, came into being, each embodying a unique aspect of life and nature. There was Shango, the god of thunder and lightning, whose fierce spirit ignited the hearts of warriors. Oshun, the goddess of love and fertility, danced gracefully through rivers, her laughter mingling with the sounds of splashing water as she bestowed blessings on those who sought her favor. And then there was Eshu, the trickster god, with his dual nature of mischief and wisdom, reminding mortals that life is filled with choices, both bitter and sweet. These Orishas were more than just symbols. They became the guiding forces of daily life. The Yoruba people revered them through rituals, offerings, and prayers, forging a connection that transcended the ordinary. By invoking the spirits of the Orishas, they navigated the complexities of existence, seeking guidance in times of joy and sorrow. It is said that the Orishas walked among mortals, their presence felt in the rustle of leaves, the crash of waves, and the laughter of children. Each worshiper carried a piece of that divine connection, a reminder that they were never truly alone. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the stories of the Orishas continued to evolve, intertwining with the lives of the people, each tale building upon the last, creating a legacy that would endure through generations. These stories were passed down in hushed tones during the night, filling the air with a sense of awe and reverence. The flickering flames of the fire reflected the eyes of those listening, each individual entranced by the colorful imagery of gods and their earthly avatars. But beneath the surface of these enchanting tales lay a deeper truth. The Yoruba mythology served as a mirror, reflecting the values, beliefs, and struggles of its people. It spoke of the importance of community, the balance between human desires and the divine will, and the connection between the past and the present. In a world that often felt chaotic and unpredictable, these stories provided a sense of order and understanding, grounding the Yoruba people in a cultural identity that was as vibrant as the fabrics they wore. With each generation, the stories transformed, adapting to the changing tides of time while holding on to their core essence. The arrival of new influences, including colonialism and globalization, posed challenges to the traditional narratives. Yet, even amid adversity, the spirit of Yoruba mythology persevered, finding ways to thrive and resonate with contemporary audiences. The Orishas morphed into symbols of resilience, strength, and hope for many, embodying the human experience in all its complexities. In distant lands, the echoes of Yoruba mythology began to resonate with people who had never set foot on African soil. The rhythms of the Orishas found their way into music, art, and literature, transcending borders and inviting new interpretations. Artists and writers drew inspiration from the rich tapestry of stories, breathing fresh life into ancient motifs, creating dialogues that crossed cultural boundaries. The vibrant spirit of the Yoruba people surged forth, reminding the world that the essence of humanity is bound by shared narratives, regardless of geographic divides. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the voices of the past intertwined with the hopes of the present, forging a continual loop of connection. The stories were far from over. They would continue to evolve, adapting to the changing landscapes of time and culture. Each retelling breathed fresh air into the ancient myths, ensuring that the essence of Yoruba mythology would never fade. The beat of the drum echoed through the night, resonating in the hearts of all who listened. The world would change, but the stories would endure, alive with emotion and waiting to be told anew, ready to weave the next chapter in the grand tale of existence. In the dim light of an ancient village, the air crackled with anticipation. The rhythmic beat of drums echoed through the trees, intertwining with the whispers of the wind as villagers gathered in a sacred circle, their faces painted with symbols of devotion. They were not just celebrating, they were calling upon the divine, reaching into the cosmic fabric through prayer and song. Each name uttered carried weight, a connection to an unseen world, pulsing with life and energy. Among the Yoruba people, the pantheon of deities, known as Orisha, plays a pivotal role in the daily lives of millions. These deities are more than mere figures of folklore. They are the guardians of community and nature, each embodying unique aspects of existence that resonate deeply within the hearts of believers. From the trickster god to the fierce warrior goddess, the Orisha are alive in their stories, vibrant with emotion and purpose. At the forefront is Olodumare, the Supreme Being, the source of all energy and creation. While often seen as a distant presence, Olodumare is the heartbeat of the Yoruba cosmos. His influence permeates every aspect of life, threading through the very essence of nature, guiding the sun to rise and fall, and giving life to the rivers that wind through the earth. It is said that when a child laughs, it is Olodumare's joy echoing through their innocent giggles. The villagers, with their hearts full of gratitude, pay homage, knowing that without Olodumare, nothing would exist. Then there is Esu, the divine trickster and messenger, whose sharp wit and cunning nature can turn the mundane into the extraordinary. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Esu stands at the crossroads of life, where choices and destinies intertwine. His laughter rings like chimes in the air, both inviting and challenging. When people seek guidance, they call upon Isu, acknowledging that life's path is never straightforward. It twists and turns like the shadows on a moonlit night. His presence brings a reminder that every decision carries consequences, urging the faithful to tread wisely. Ogun, the god of iron and warfare, embodies strength and resilience. Clad in the armor of the earth, he is both creator and destroyer, wielding tools of industry and war. The villagers respect Ogun not only for his fierce spirit, but also for his ability to forge new paths. When the hammer strikes the anvil, the sound resonates like a heartbeat, a testament to hard work and determination. His followers honor him with offerings of yams and palm wine, seeking his blessing in their endeavors, whether in battle or in the fields. The sweat and toil of the community rise like smoke, intertwining with prayers for guidance and protection. Yemoja, the mother of all waters, embodies nurturing and motherhood. Her essence flows through rivers and oceans, a symbol of fertility and life. When she is invoked, the gentle lapping of water against the shore whispers promises of renewal and healing. The villagers gather by the riverbank, sharing stories of their ancestors and their dreams for the future, knowing that Yemoja listens intently. Her spirit is woven into the fabric of family, reminding each person of their roots and the love that binds them together. As they stand at the water's edge, the air thickens with emotion, the ripples reflecting the hopes and fears of generations. Ocean, the goddess of love and beauty, dances gracefully through the hearts of her devotees. She is the sweet melody that brings joy to the soul, reminding them of the importance of passion and compassion. With her golden skin and shimmering presence, Oshun captivates everyone around her. She blesses the lovers who seek her favor, their hearts aflame with desire, and nurtures the artists who express their love through creation. In her honor, villagers gather to celebrate the beauty of life, crafting offerings of honey and gold, knowing that Oshun's favor can bring prosperity and happiness. Shango, the god of thunder and fire, commands attention with his fierce energy. His arrival is heralded by the crack of thunder, the illuminating flashes of lightning serving as a reminder of his power. He symbolizes justice, embodying the strength to protect the weak and restore balance. The villagers honor Shango by drumming and dancing, their bodies moving in unison, reflecting the fire that burns within them. When they call upon him, they seek courage, asking for the strength to overcome adversity and fight for what is right. Their spirits ignited like the flames of a sacred fire. Each Orisha has a unique story, rich with emotions that echo through time. The tales are woven into the very fabric of Yoruba culture, passed down through generations, each retelling a source of pride and identity. The people do not just worship, they forge relationships with these deities. They share their triumphs and failures, their laughter and tears, creating a bond that transcends the earthly realm. As night falls and the stars twinkle in the vast sky, the villagers gather around the fire, their hearts and minds filled with the essence of the Orisha. The flickering flames dance, casting shadows that seem to breathe with the stories of old. Every prayer whispered, every song sung, binds them closer to their deities, creating an unbreakable connection that pulses with life. They know that in this sacred space, they are not just individuals. They are part of a larger eternal dance, a celebration of existence itself. The night is alive with the spirit of the Orisha, a testament to the power and presence of the divine. The villagers look up, feeling the weight of their ancestors' stories resting upon their shoulders, urging them to carry on the traditions, to keep the relationship with the Orisha alive. As they share their hopes and dreams under the watchful gaze of the stars, they sense that they are part of a cosmic tapestry, intricately woven with threads of devotion, culture, and resilience. The air is thick with anticipation, for as the drums beat on, the next chapter of their lives, and the lives of their deities awaits. In the dim glow of dawn, when the world is caught between the whispers of night and the promise of day, a figure stands tall against the horizon. Draped in white, Obatala embodies purity and wisdom, a beacon of light in a world often shrouded in darkness. His presence is both reassuring and formidable, a reminder that even in chaos, there exists an unyielding force of creation. The air crackles with energy, a silent promise that something extraordinary is about to unfold. From the very beginning, Obatala's essence has been steeped in the fabric of existence. As the creator god, he sculpted the very first humans from the sacred clay of the earth, each one a reflection of his profound desire for beauty and balance. The gentle caress of his hands shaped not just bodies, but also souls, infusing them with the spark of life, an essence that would allow them to dream, to feel, and to thrive. His spirit flows through every living thing, a silent reminder of his omnipresence. In many tales, Obatala is described as the father of all Orishas, the divine spirits who govern various aspects of life. His children, like the fierce Oya with her tempestuous winds and the nurturing ocean, represent the vast tapestry of human experience. With each Orisha, he weaves lessons of love, war, joy, and sorrow, guiding humanity through the storms of existence. His teachings echo in the hearts of his followers, who turn to him in moments of despair, seeking solace in his timeless wisdom. As the sun rises higher, the warmth of Obatala's spirit envelops the land. The rituals begin, the air thick with anticipation. Devotees dressed in white gather, each carrying offerings, a blend of fruits, flowers, and sacred items, each imbued with prayer and hope. They chant his name, their voices rising like a powerful wave, crashing against the shores of doubt and fear. The energy is electric, each heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of the universe, a testament to their unwavering faith in the Creator God. Among the crowd stands a young woman named Amina, her heart beating faster than ever. She has come seeking guidance, wrestling with a decision that could alter the course of her life. The weight of her choices presses heavily on her shoulders. She can feel the cool breeze whispering around her, almost urging her to seek the truth. She closes her eyes, allowing the sound of the chants to wash over her, each word a gentle wave pushing her toward clarity. In that moment, Amina feels a presence beside her, an overwhelming warmth enveloping her. It is as if the very essence of Obatala is wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. Images begin to flicker in her mind, visions of her ancestors, the struggles they faced, the dreams they passed down through generations. Tears prick at her eyes, not of sadness, but of recognition. She understands that the choices she faces are not just hers alone. They are intertwined with the legacy of her lineage, a continuum of life stretching back to the moment Obatala breathed life into the first beings. Meanwhile, in the sacred grove where the rituals take place, a profound silence falls. The air thickens with an undeniable tension as the high priest prepares to summon Obatala's presence. Each gesture is deliberate, steeped in tradition, connecting the physical to the spiritual. The drumming begins, a heartbeat of the earth itself, calling forth the Creator. The sound reverberates through the ground, resonating in the very bones of those assembled, drawing them closer to the divine. Suddenly, a brilliant light bursts forth from the center of the gathering, illuminating the faces of the devotees with an otherworldly glow. Gasps ripple through the crowd as they witness the manifestation of their Creator. Obatala stands before them, radiant and majestic, his white robes flowing like clouds in the sky. His eyes, deep pools of wisdom, scan the sea of faces before him, each one reflecting a mixture of awe and reverence. With a voice like thunder and silk, he begins to speak. Each word is a testament to his love for humanity, a reminder that he walks among them, guiding them even in their darkest hours. He speaks of compassion and unity, urging them to embrace one another, to lift each other when the world grows heavy. The emotions swell like a tide, washing over Amina, filling her spirit with a renewed sense of purpose. As Obatala continues, a storm brews in the distance, dark clouds gathering like thoughts unspoken. The energy shifts. A sense of urgency fills the air. The Creator God warns of the turmoil that lies ahead, challenges that will test the strength and resolve of his followers. Yet, within his warning lies hope, a promise that as long as they remember the teachings of love and compassion, they will find their way through. The storm may rage, but together they can withstand anything. Back in the heart of the gathering, Amina feels the pull of the divine, a connection that binds her to every soul present. She understands that she is not alone. The weight of her choices is shared among all those who have walked this path before her. Obatala's presence is not just a momentary encounter, but a living thread woven into the fabric of her being. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the land, the energy in the grove shifts again. The gathering feels the ebb and flow of emotions, the anticipation of what is yet to come. Amina knows, in her heart, that this moment is just the beginning of something greater. The teachings of Obatala will echo in her life, guiding her steps and illuminating her path. With the storm still brewing on the horizon and the shadows growing longer, the chants rise once more, an invocation of strength, unity, and resilience. The story of Obatala continues to unfold, revealing layers of wisdom, urging everyone to hold on to hope as they navigate the complexities of life. The Creator God, with his gentle strength, remains ever present, a constant reminder that through creation and chaos, love will always find a way. In the beginning, when the world was a blank canvas, the air was thick with anticipation. Whispers of creation danced through the cosmos, waiting for a spark that could breathe life into the void. It was in this silent moment that Oduduwa emerged, her presence as radiant as the dawn, a goddess adorned with the weight of the earth and the light of the stars. Oduduwa, the embodiment of creation, was not merely an idea, she was the earth itself. Her skin shimmered with hues of green and brown, reflecting the rich soil that nurtured all living things. With every heartbeat, she pulsated with the rhythm of the universe, and with every breath, she exhaled the essence of life. Rivers began to flow, mountains rose high, and valleys carved themselves into the earth, all under her watchful gaze. The sky was painted in brilliant blues, and the sun took its first steps across the horizon, each ray a tribute to her magnificence. As Oduduwa roamed the earth, she felt the pulse of her creations. Trees whispered secrets of the wind, flowers sang of the sun's warmth, and the animals danced in delight at her touch. But her heart harbored a profound longing. She wanted to share her gifts, to connect the scattered fragments of existence into a harmonious whole. There was a sadness that lingered in her eyes, a shadow that flickered beneath her vibrant exterior. In her quest, she descended from the celestial heavens to the lush plains of the mortal realm. Here, she encountered the first humans, their eyes wide with wonder. They stood before her, awestruck by her beauty and grace. Oduduwa reached out, her fingers brushing against their skin, and in that instant, they felt the warmth of the earth, the heartbeat of the land, and the promise of endless possibilities. She taught them how to plant seeds, how to gather fruits, how to live in sync with the rhythms of nature, weaving the fabric of community and connection. But as the seasons turned, the laughter of joy began to fade, replaced by the echoes of greed and ambition. Some humans, intoxicated by power, sought to exploit the earth's gifts. They tore at the soil, uprooting what Oduduwa had lovingly nurtured. The forests wept, the rivers turned murky, and the creatures of the land fled in fear. Oduduwa's heart broke with every tear shed by her beloved earth. She cried out, her voice rising like a tempest, echoing through valleys and across mountains, a plea for balance and respect. In her anguish, she decided to take action. With a fierce determination, she summoned the winds and the rains, the thunder and the lightning. The earth trembled beneath her feet as she called upon the elemental forces of creation. Lightning cracked like a whip across the sky, illuminating her divine form, and thunder roared in response to her sorrow. The world felt her pain, and the humans paused, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the goddess's wrath. In that moment, they understood the depth of their transgressions. The skies darkened, and rain poured down, washing away the stains of neglect. Oduduwa's tears mingled with the rain, each drop a reminder of her love for the earth. The storms raged, and yet within that chaos lay the seeds of rebirth. She was both the fury of nature and its gentle protector, a duality that left mortals trembling and hopeful all at once. As the storm subsided, a calm settled over the land. Oduduwa stood amidst the remnants of chaos, her silhouette framed by a resplendent rainbow. The earth exhaled, rejuvenated by her wrath and forgiveness. From that day forward, an unspoken promise lingered in the air: to respect the land, to honor the gifts of nature, and to live in harmony with the creation that Oduduwa so lovingly crafted. The stories of her love and power spread like wildflowers in spring. Villagers gathered around fires, their eyes reflecting the embers of devotion as they told tales of the goddess who walked among them. They crafted clay figures in her likeness, adorned with intricate patterns that mirrored the rhythms of life she had brought forth. Oduduwa became a symbol of hope and resilience, a reminder that the earth was not merely a resource to exploit, but a living entity deserving of reverence. Yet, in the shadows of every story, a lurking fear took root. The balance Oduduwa fought for was fragile. New generations grew distant from the land, swept up in the tide of progress and ambition. Temptations of modernization loomed like dark clouds, casting doubts over the ancient ways. The goddess, ever watchful, felt a familiar ache in her chest. Would her teachings withstand the test of time? As whispers of destruction spiraled through the air, Oduduwa descended once more, her heart pounding with urgency. She appeared in the dreams of the weary and the restless, urging them to remember the bond they shared with their home. Fields of gold and oceans of blue flashed before their eyes, visions of a world intertwined with love, respect, and gratitude. Her voice, soft yet commanding, reverberated through their souls, a call to action that stirred the embers of hope even in the most cynical of hearts. And so, the mortals began to rise. They sought to reclaim the wisdom of the past, to rebuild the bridges between themselves and the earth. Communities blossomed, dedicated to nurturing the land, honoring Oduduwa's gifts, and ensuring that the cycle of creation could flourish for generations to come. They sang songs of gratitude, danced in celebration of the earth, and honored her with rituals that connected them to the very essence of life. But the struggle was far from over. As technology advanced, so too did the challenges they faced. The allure of convenience threatened to overshadow the sacredness of the soil. Oduduwa, fierce and unyielding, stood beside them, her spirit woven into the very fabric of their determination. She was the whisper in the wind, the rustle of leaves, the heartbeat of the earth, a constant reminder that creation thrived on love and respect. With every sunrise and sunset, the saga of Oduduwa continued, unfurling like the petals of a flower in bloom. Her legacy was alive, a vibrant thread woven into the tapestry of existence. As the world turned, the goddess watched, her heart swelling with pride, but also with a lingering question. Would humanity remember the dance of creation, or would they fall once more into the abyss of forgetfulness? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, the answer hung in the air. A promise, a challenge, and an invitation to honor the earth that cradled them all. Under the vast African sky, where the sun dipped low and painted the horizon with hues of gold and crimson, the air crackled with anticipation. In a small village, hushed whispers floated like leaves caught in the wind, speaking of Orunmila, the god of wisdom and divination. People gathered around, eyes wide with hope and fear, as they sought guidance from a figure cloaked in mystery and reverence. He was more than a deity. He was a force that shaped destinies, a bridge between the earthly and the sacred. Orunmila emerged from the shadows of the ancient forest, his presence commanding yet serene. His deep-set eyes sparkled with ancient knowledge, holding the weight of countless souls who had sought his counsel. Adorned in vibrant robes that rippled like the heavens themselves, he was the embodiment of wisdom, a living library of history, tales, and the whispers of the ancestors. The villagers stood enthralled, hearts pounding, as they prepared to witness the unfolding of their fates. As the sun kissed the earth goodnight, Orunmila began to speak, his voice a melodic blend of warmth and authority. Life, he said, is like a river, with twists and turns that often elude our understanding. The crowd listened intently, their breath hitching in their throats. They were aware that each word held the power to alter their paths forever. Fear and excitement danced in the air, crafting an electric atmosphere that promised revelations. His hands moved gracefully, invoking the sacred Ifa, the divine oracle that would provide insight into the mysteries of life. Each gesture was purposeful, every motion steeped in symbolism. The shells slipped through his fingers, landing with a soft thud on the ground below. The villagers leaned in closer, their hearts synchronized with the rhythmic cadence of Orunmila's words, as he began to interpret the patterns laid before them. A young woman stepped forward, her heart racing. She had come to seek answers about her future, about love that felt just out of reach. The crowd held its collective breath. This moment was charged with the kind of tension that felt like a storm waiting to unleash its fury. Orunmila looked into her eyes, and time seemed to stand still. "Your heart is strong," he declared, "but remember, true love requires patience. Do not rush. Allow the river to flow." The weight of his wisdom draped over her like a warm blanket, offering assurance amidst her doubts. Then there was an elder, his face etched with the lines of a life well lived. He sought guidance on a decision that could change the course of his family. Orunmila's gaze softened as he listened to the elder's worries. "To lead is to serve," he replied, each word resonating like a drumbeat in the night. Consider the legacy you wish to leave behind. It is not the riches, but the love shared that will endure. The elder's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a profound realization settling like a golden dawn in his heart. As the night deepened, the stories continued to unfold, woven together by the thread of Orunmila's wisdom. The villagers found themselves drawn to his every word, the air thick with possibility. Each person who approached carried their own fears, dreams, and questions, and with each response from Orunmila, a flicker of hope ignited within them. The tension heightened as a man stepped forward, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. He was a warrior, recently returned from far-off lands, haunted by the battles he had fought. "What awaits me now?" he asked, his voice a low rumble, echoing the storms within. Orunmila studied him, his expression unwavering. "You have faced the darkness, but do not let it consume you. Embrace your past, for it has shaped the man you are today. Your spirit is unbroken," he assured, and the warrior felt a warmth spreading through him, a balm for his weary soul. Yet, amidst the revelations, shadows lurked. There were those in the crowd who whispered discontent, seeds of doubt planted deep within their hearts. They questioned the power of Orunmila, the very essence of wisdom and divination. A man in the back, cloaked in skepticism, challenged the divine. "What proof do you have? Words alone cannot shape our destinies." The atmosphere thickened with tension, a palpable unease sweeping through the villagers. Orunmila, unwavering, didn't flinch. "Wisdom cannot be measured by mere words," he replied, his voice steady. "It is the understanding that arises from within, when one opens their heart to the truths of the universe." The crowd shifted, caught in a tug-of-war between doubt and belief. Orunmila's wisdom was like a river, unyielding, and in that moment, he became both a sanctuary and a battleground for the souls in search of answers. As the night wore on, the stories intertwined, weaving a complex tapestry of emotions. Orunmila continued to share tales of the past, of ancestors who had walked the earth before them, illuminating the paths that lay ahead. His voice rose and fell, a gentle lullaby that resonated through the night, lulling the villagers into a trance of reflection and anticipation. With every cast of the sacred divination tools, the air swirled with energy, ancient and profound. Orunmila painted vivid pictures of destinies yet to unfold, each vision a thread spinning from the loom of fate. Some wept with joy, while others gazed into the distance, contemplating the weight of the truths revealed. The atmosphere was thick with emotion, a tapestry woven from hope, fear, and the undeniable pulse of life itself. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Orunmila's presence seemed to grow. The villagers were entranced, their hearts and minds captivated by the possibilities that lay before them. He was a guide, a guardian, a beacon of light piercing through the darkness. The energy in the air shifted, crackling with the promise of new beginnings, even as the shadows of doubt lingered at the edges of their consciousness. In the dim light, Orunmila stood tall, a figure of unwavering strength and grace. The villagers knew that his wisdom would echo through their lives long after he departed. It was not just the answers he provided that would linger, but the hope he inspired, the courage he ignited within their hearts. They felt it, as if an unseen current flowed among them, a connection to something greater than themselves. As the sun broke free from the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Orunmila, prepared to depart. The villagers felt a stirring in their souls, a longing for more, as if they were on the brink of something extraordinary. Orunmila's eyes sparkled with wisdom and mischief, as though he held secrets of the universe just beyond their reach. They yearned to hold on to this moment, to capture it in their hearts. But like the fleeting light of dawn, it began to dissolve. Yet, even as he turned to leave, the air was thick with the promise of his return. Orunmila was more than just a figure of lore. He was a living testament to the enduring power of wisdom and the quest for understanding. The villagers stood in silence, hearts racing, knowing that their journey with Orunmila was far from over. The sun rose higher, illuminating the world around them, and as they watched him fade into the distance, one thing was clear. The echoes of his words would forever guide them, illuminating their paths in the days to come. In the flickering light of a dying fire, the shadows danced on the walls of a humble village in ancient Yoruba land. The air was thick with the scent of iron and sweat, a tangible reminder of labor's never-ending toil. A blacksmith hammered away at a glowing piece of metal, each strike echoing like a heartbeat through the night. With every clang, a whisper of Ogun, the god of iron, war, and labor, seemed to rise from the embers, wrapping around the villagers like a protective cloak. Ogun was more than just a god. He was a force of nature, a spirit of the earth and metal, wielding power that could forge destiny itself. His presence was felt in every tool, every weapon, every structure that stood tall against the sky. Villagers often spoke of the day he descended from the heavens, stepping onto the land, leaving footprints of iron. It was said that where his feet touched the ground, rivers of molten metal flowed, creating the rich resources that empowered generations. In the lore passed down through time, Ogun was depicted as a fierce warrior, adorned with the finest iron armor that glinted in the sun like a beacon of hope. His face, fierce and unyielding, reflected the struggles of every artisan and soldier who ever called upon his strength. They prayed not just for victory in battle, but for the courage to face the hardships of daily life, knowing that Ogun was watching over them, a sentinel in a world fraught with challenges. As the villagers gathered around the fire, they shared tales of Ogun's legendary exploits. One story told of a great war between two rival tribes, where the air was thick with tension and the clash of swords rang out like thunder. In the midst of this chaos, Ogun appeared, his spirit igniting the hearts of the warriors. With a swift motion, he transformed simple farmers into fearless fighters, their hands gripping swords forged in the fires of his passion. The battle cry that erupted that day was not just a rallying call. It was Ogun's voice, resonating through the valley, urging them to fight for their home, their families, and their very existence. But Ogun's influence wasn't limited to the battlefield. He was also the patron of the laborers, those who rose before dawn and toiled under the scorching sun, their backs bent, but their spirits unyielding. The blacksmith at the fire, muscles straining with each strike, felt Ogun's presence guiding his hands. With each piece he forged, he infused a part of himself, a piece of his dreams, his fears, and his aspirations. It was said that Ogun's breath flowed through the iron, bringing life to every blade and tool, turning them into extensions of the men and women who wielded them. In the village, the workers whispered their prayers, offering sacrifices of yams and goats, asking Ogun for strength in their labor. They believed that when their hands were bloodied from work, it was Ogun who felt their pain. And in return, he granted them resilience, pushing them to rise again and again, shaping their destiny with sweat and determination. Yet, with every story of valor and sacrifice, there lay a shadow. Ogun was not just a god of creation, he was also a god of destruction. His passion could turn to fury, and in moments of anger, he could unleash storms that ravaged the land. The villagers remembered the time when Ogun, angered by the betrayal of a leader, unleashed his wrath. The sky darkened, and the earth trembled as iron shards rained down, reminding them of his duality, a creator and a destroyer, a protector and a punisher. In awe and fear, they recognized that Ogun demanded respect, a balance between honor and humility in the face of his immense power. As the fire crackled and the tales spun around it, an elder recounted a night when Ogun walked through the village, invisible yet palpable. A heavy fog rolled in, and the villagers felt an electric charge in the air, as if every blade of grass and every stone was alive with Ogun's spirit. They could hear him whispering their names, urging them towards their dreams, reminding them of the iron embedded in their very beings. It was a night of enlightenment, where aspirations were ignited and new paths were forged as Ogun breathed inspiration into their hearts. With dawn approaching, the villagers felt the weight of Ogun's presence linger, heavy with promise and anticipation. They knew they had to rise and labor anew to honor his gifts. The blacksmith, now finished with his work, placed his newly forged blade next to the fire, letting it cool slowly, a small smile breaking through his fatigue. The blade wasn't just iron, it was a piece of his soul, a testament to Ogun's enduring legacy. But as the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the village, the air shifted. A distant rumble echoed through the horizon, a reminder that Ogun's spirit was not only a source of strength, but also a harbinger of change. The villagers exchanged worried glances, for they knew that change often meant uncertainty, and with Ogun, it could mean anything from rejuvenation to ruin. As they prepared for the day ahead, a sudden gust of wind swept through the village, stirring the embers of the fire and sending sparks into the morning sky. They felt a chill run down their spines, a signal from Ogun, perhaps, that he was near, watching, waiting for the first spark of labor to ignite the day's potential. The villagers stood still, hearts pounding, knowing they must remain vigilant, for Ogun's temper could shift like the winds that now danced around them. The sun broke over the horizon, illuminating their faces, each filled with determination. Ogun's stories intertwined with their lives, their labor, their battles, reminders of the spirit that governed their existence. As the blacksmith picked up his blade, holding it aloft to catch the first rays of light, he knew they were not merely crafting tools for work. They were forging a legacy, one that would echo through time, tied irrevocably to the spirit of Ogun. Even as the day unfolded, the presence of Ogun lingered, a promise of strength and a reminder of the trials ahead, ready to test their resolve. The villagers could feel the tension in the air, the weight of history pressing down upon them, but they also felt the burning fire of Ogun within, urging them forward into the unknown. The storm rolled in with a vengeance, dark clouds swirling like an angry beast ready to unleash its fury. Suddenly, a crack of lightning split the sky, illuminating the figures below. In that brief moment of brilliance, you could almost feel the palpable power of Sango, a figure both revered and feared, the god of thunder and lightning. Communities would whisper his name under their breath, eyes raised to the heavens, hoping for mercy, yet knowing that his wrath could strike without warning. Sango's past was woven into the fabric of the Yoruba people. Tales of his life danced on the tongues of elders, echoing in the hearts of the young. He was not just a deity, he was a warrior, a king, an embodiment of raw, unyielding strength. Legend said that he wielded a double-headed axe that could summon thunder and create fire. With each swing, storms would stir, echoing the inner turmoil of a god who understood both the beauty and brutality of power. In the villages scattered across the Yoruba land, stories of Sango's fierce temperament and unmatched bravery were told by flickering firelight. The elders would gather the children around, their voices low and urgent, recounting how Sango once faced the sky itself. When he was betrayed by those he trusted most, betrayal stung like a lightning bolt. Fueled by rage, he transformed into a whirlwind of fury and vengeance, his heart a tempest as he called upon the heavens to rain down chaos upon his enemies. But even in his wrath, there was an undeniable sadness. Sango was a lover too, a man whose heart beat for the beautiful Oya, the goddess of the river and storms. Their love story was as turbulent as the skies he commanded. She was fierce, embodying the winds that danced alongside Sango's thunder. Together, they were a force of nature, yet their passion was as volatile as the storms they conjured. The villagers would watch in awe as the clouds rumbled and clashed, knowing it was their union, creating the thunderous symphony above. As the stories flowed from elder lips, the children would lean in closer, their eyes wide with wonder. They could almost see Sango's figure emerge from the storm, a majestic silhouette against the backdrop of lightning. He was not merely a god to them, he was a protector, a formidable force that could instill fear in foes and comfort those who prayed for his grace. When the storms rolled in, villagers would offer yams, kola nuts, and prayers, seeking favor from the one who could easily bring destruction or abundance. In moments of silence between the crashes of thunder, one could hear the whispers of the ancestors, reminding everyone of the sacred bond between Sango and the earth. The rain that fell in heavy sheets was a reminder of his tears, a mixture of joy and sorrow that flowed freely as he watched over his people. It was said that when the rain ceased and the sun broke through the clouds, Sango was smiling, allowing the earth to breathe again. Yet, the duality of Sango's nature continuously sparked intrigue. He was a god of justice, swift in his judgment, punishing wrongdoers with the crack of thunder. Villagers knew all too well the importance of righteousness. The tales of those who strayed from the path were often met with swift retribution. In their minds, the storms served as a reminder to uphold their values, to respect the earth and each other, or face the consequences of a disapproving Sango. On the eve of an important festival, a palpable tension filled the air. The villagers had prepared offerings for Sango, hoping to appease him with songs and dances. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, dark clouds began to gather ominously. The drums echoed louder, the dancers moved faster, but the sky grew angrier. Lightning flashes illuminated the concerned faces of the villagers, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of anxiety. Would Sango respond with favor or fury? As the first drops of rain began to fall, a child's laughter rang out unexpectedly. It broke through the tense atmosphere, reminding everyone of the hope that Sango brought. The villagers joined in, singing louder, their voices rising to the heavens like a prayer. The rain intensified, and with it, their faith grew stronger. They believed that Sango was listening, that he felt their devotion. Thunder rolled in the distance, a deep, rumbling voice that shook the ground beneath their feet. Sango was there, present and powerful, reminding them that he was always watching. The villagers raised their heads, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the storm, knowing that their faith would guide them through whatever was to come. The air thickened with anticipation, each bolt of lightning creating a path for their prayers to reach the divine. Yet, as the night wore on, the storm transformed. It was not merely an expression of anger, but a dance, a chaotic, beautiful display of nature's force. The sky lit up like a canvas, painted with strokes of light. Sango was both creator and destroyer, a reminder of the delicate balance of life. The villagers stood united, gazing upwards, feeling the mix of fear and admiration, their spirits intertwined with the very essence of Sango himself. In that moment, the past and present converged, and the legacy of Sango thrummed in their veins. He was not just a god, he was the embodiment of every struggle, every triumph, every heartbreak. The storm's fury was his way of reminding them of their own strength, a call to rise and embrace the chaos of life. As lightning split the sky once more, the villagers felt a surge of energy coursing through them, an undeniable connection to the god they had long honored. And so, the festival continued, a blend of joy and reverence, uncertainty and courage. Sango's presence loomed large, a constant reminder that in the face of storms, there was light to be found. The tension in the air crackled like the electricity before a storm, a wild energy that refused to be contained, just like the spirit of the god they worshipped. Each clap of thunder resonated deep within their hearts, echoing promises of protection, love, and the unbreakable bond between the divine and the earthly. As the night deepened, the winds began to whisper secrets, tales of the past entwined with hopes for the future. The villagers danced, their feet pounding the earth in sync with the rhythm of the storm, knowing that Sango was ever present, here and now, a force of nature they could not ignore. They were part of something larger than themselves, a dance between humanity and divinity that would never truly end. The moon hung low over the village, casting silver beams that danced upon the placid waters of the river. Underneath its shimmering surface, stories begged to be told. Fish glided gracefully, weaving in and out of the shadows, while the soft murmurs of the night hinted at the presence of Yemoja, the mother of waters. She was not just a deity, she was life itself, a force that pulsed through the veins of rivers and the hearts of her worshippers. From time immemorial, she cradled the spirits of the lost, nurturing their dreams like the gentle ebb and flow of tides. To the villagers, she was the essence of motherhood. The keeper of secrets whispered in the stillness of the night. When the rains came and the rivers swelled, it was her embrace they felt, a promise of renewal and abundance. But the waters could also turn fierce, revealing a tempestuous nature that spoke of her depth and complexity. Those who dared to anger her faced the repercussions, the storms that could uproot homes, the floods that swallowed entire fields. Yet through it all, she commanded respect and reverence, for she was the lifeblood of the earth. In the quiet of the evening, a woman named Ayo sat by the riverbank, her heart heavy with yearning. She longed for a child of her own, a fulfillment that seemed forever out of reach. The whispers of her ancestors echoed in her mind, urging her to seek Yemoja's blessings. The village matriarch had often recounted tales of women who, in moments of desperation, found themselves at the water's edge, pouring their hearts out to the Mother of Waters. It was said that Yemoja listened, her heart swelling with compassion, and in return, she offered the gift of life. With trembling hands, Io gathered small offerings, shells, pieces of polished wood, and fragrant herbs. Each item symbolized her deepest wishes, her hopes woven together like the strands of a delicate tapestry. As she placed her offerings on the water, the current tugged gently, as if Yemoja herself were inviting them into her embrace. Ayo closed her eyes, feeling the cool breeze wrap around her like a warm blanket, and whispered her heartfelt prayer into the night. Far beneath the surface, Yemoja sensed the pulse of Ayo's longing. Her spirit stirred, rising with the waters that flowed through the valleys and hills, touching every corner of the earth. The echoes of Ayo's plea resonated within her, a melody of desire that reminded Yemoja of her own creations. She had once brought forth a bounty of life, filling the rivers with fish and the fields with crops, but it was the cries of mothers that called to her most profoundly. As the stars twinkled above, Io felt a warmth wash over her, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. The water shimmered, reflecting not only the moonlight, but also the flickering embers of her dreams. Suddenly, the river began to swell, bubbling and churning, as if responding to her prayer. Panic danced in Io's heart, but she held her ground, her spirit entwined with the ancient force of the mother. The water surged, rising higher, enveloping her offerings in a swirling vortex of light and shadow. A deep voice, like the rumble of thunder, filled the air. "Child of the earth, what is it that you seek?" Ayo's breath caught in her throat. She felt both small and immense, caught in the web of creation itself. With newfound courage, she spoke, her voice trembling yet resolute. "I seek a child, O Yemoja, to carry forth my lineage, to fill my home with laughter and light." The river swelled, and for a moment, time stood still. Yemoja listened, her heart swelling with compassion. She had seen many mothers like Ayo, their faces etched with the sorrow of longing, their arms empty and aching. The Mother of Waters felt a tide of memories wash over her, of women who had walked the same path, standing at the edge of despair, only to find the strength of life blooming anew. A pulse of energy surged through the water, sending ripples across the surface. Ayo felt a connection, an unbreakable bond that linked her to the ancient spirit. The river transformed into a canvas of colors, swirling patterns that spoke of life, fertility, and hope. In that moment, Ayo could see her future, a child laughing, playing, and filling her days with joy. Yet, the waters could not be tamed, and Yemoja's dual nature echoed in her response. "To receive my gift, you must honor the waters and all life it sustains. Your heart must remain open, not just to joy, but to the trials that come with nurturing life." The river subsided, leaving Ayo breathless, her heart both heavy and light. With the dawn's first light, Ayo returned to the village, her spirit aflame with renewed purpose. The sun rose, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, yet the promise of Yemoja lingered in the air. As she walked through the village, she noticed the women gathered, their laughter mingling with the sound of the river, a reminder of the life that flowed through them all. They shared tales of dreams, of struggles, of love, each voice a note in the symphony of existence, each story a thread in the fabric of their community. But even amidst the laughter, a shadow loomed, a sense of urgency as the whispers of the river grew louder. The villagers sensed a shift, an impending storm that threatened to disrupt the harmony they cherished. Ayo's heart raced, the connection she felt with Yemoja guiding her steps. She knew she had to prepare, not just for herself, but for the entire village. Gathering the women, she spoke passionately of the Mother of Waters, and her gifts, sharing the vision Yemoja had bestowed upon her. The women listened, their faces a blend of hope and fear. As they banded together, collecting offerings and sharing their own prayers, the rhythm of their hearts synchronized with the pulse of the river. It became clear that Yemoja was not just a distant spirit. She was a living force, present in their lives, in their struggles, and in the love that bound them together. And as dark clouds gathered on the horizon, the village stood united, ready to confront whatever tempest Yemoja had in store, knowing that through her might, they would find strength, resilience, and perhaps a chance for new beginnings. The air crackled with anticipation as the villagers gathered under the vibrant red sky of dusk. Shadows stretched long across the ground, whispering secrets of old as they waited. Tonight was special. It was a night for tales, laughter, and, most importantly, the presence of Isu, the trickster god, the messenger who danced between worlds. He was not just a deity, he was a force of nature, a spark of chaos that ignited both joy and mischief in every heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, an unsettling silence cloaked the gathering. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, their eyes flickering to the path leading into the darkening woods. They knew that Isu thrived in the unpredictable, where the mundane met the extraordinary. Just then, a sudden gust of wind sent a chill through the air, and with it came the unmistakable sound of laughter, cackling, high-pitched, infectious. Like a bolt of lightning, it surged through the crowd, lighting up faces with both fear and delight. Esu appeared, dressed in a cloak of bright colors, each hue swirling like a tide of emotions. His eyes sparkled with mischief, revealing countless tales hidden within. Every villager held their breath. This was the moment when the trickster god would share his stories, tales laced with life lessons and wrapped in the warmth of laughter. But they also knew, deep down, that his messages came with a twist, for Isu was a master of the unexpected. "Why do the trees whisper secrets?" he asked, his voice a melodic chime that danced in the air. The question hung there, tantalizing. The villagers leaned in closer, their hearts racing, because they know the stories of those who have come before. They know of love, loss, and laughter. As he spoke, his hands wove through the air, painting pictures of emotions that leaped and twirled around the crowd. Isu loved to keep his audience on edge. He thrived on the balance of fear and joy, for it was in that tension that wisdom often lay. He spun tales of how he once tricked the great Orisha Ogun into believing his forge was haunted by spirits. The god of iron had been furious, swinging his hammer in vain, while Esu watched with glee, all the while whispering sweet nothings that turned Ogun's fury into roaring laughter. It was a powerful reminder that even the mightiest of gods could be humbled by a well-placed jest. But not all stories were light-hearted. There was one that sent shivers down the spines of those listening. Esu spoke softly, his tone shifting as he recalled the time he had to deliver a message of doom. A king, proud and arrogant, had ignored the signs of a great storm brewing on the horizon. Isu had come to warn him, but the king had laughed, dismissing him as mere folly. When the storm finally struck, it was swift and merciless, toppling trees and sweeping away homes. Isu, the trickster, had witnessed the destruction and the pain, reminding the villagers that sometimes laughter could be a thin veil hiding the truth. As the night deepened, Isu continued, his tales a mix of raucous laughter and haunting truths. His presence was magnetic, a whirlwind of energy that demanded both respect and admiration. The villagers felt a strange pull as if they were on the edge of a precipice, teetering between laughter and sorrow, joy and fear. He was the embodiment of duality, capable of navigating the fine line between life's extremes. In one moment, he would be performing tricks that left everyone in stitches, turning a simple basket of fruits into a pile of wriggling snakes. And in the next, he would shift to tales steeped in loss, reminding them of the fragility of happiness. The laughter would fade, replaced by heavy silence, hearts heavy with the weight of understanding. Yet, through it all, there was an undeniable energy that made the villagers want more, a hunger for the next story, the next twist. Isu was like a wild flame, flickering and unpredictable, drawing them in while still keeping them at bay. They knew, with every story he shared, there was a lesson waiting just beneath the surface, and they were eager to peel back the layers of his mischief. "Do you know why I wear this cloak?" he asked suddenly, his voice cutting through the stillness like a knife. The villagers shook their heads, entranced. "Because every color tells a story. Every thread woven into my fabric holds a memory, a laugh, a tear, a moment frozen in time. All of you wear cloaks too. You just have to remember what colors are stitched into your lives." With that, he gestured to the crowd, drawing forth their own tales, evoking memories long buried, laughter mingling with the sting of past sorrows. The villagers leaned closer, their breaths hitching as they felt the weight of his words wash over them. They were no longer mere spectators. They were participants in the great cosmic dance of life that Isu embodied. As the night wore on, the line between God and mortal blurred, and it felt as though they were all part of a grand tapestry, each thread woven together by the stories they shared and lived. Then, like a sudden storm, Isu spun around, his laughter breaking out once more, wild and free. "But that is not all. For while I bring you tales of laughter and tears, I am also your messenger. I carry the words of the Orishas, the whispers of fate meant for you." The air thickened with expectation, each villager holding their breath, knowing this was where the true magic lay. In that moment, Isu became a bridge, a conduit of divine energy that connected them to the powerful Orishas above. His eyes sparkled with mischief, promising revelations that would ignite their spirits and stir their souls. The villagers' hearts raced, knowing they were on the brink of something extraordinary, something utterly transformative. As the wind picked up, swirling around them like a living entity, Isu stood tall, his laughter echoing in the night. He was a trickster, a messenger, a force of nature that would not be contained. The stories would continue, the lessons would unfold, forever intertwining their fates with the Orishas. The gathering was only just beginning, and the real adventure was yet to come. The night stretched on, alive with the promise of tales that would linger long after the last flicker of candlelight faded, echoing in their hearts like the persistent rhythm of a drum, urging them onward into the unknown. The sky churned ominously, dark clouds swirling as if in a dance of chaos. A low rumble echoed through the land, a prelude to the storm that was both feared and revered. In the towns below, whispers filled the air, tales of Oya, the powerful goddess who commanded the winds and the tempests. To some, she was a protector. To others, a harbinger of change that could turn their lives upside down in a heartbeat. Oya was a force of nature, embodying the wild, untamed aspects of the world. With a heart as fierce as the storm she conjured, she ruled over the winds that howled through the trees, bending them to her will. Her presence could be felt in the electric thrill of anticipation, before a storm, a reminder that life is never stagnant. Change was inevitable, and Oya was its fierce messenger. In the vibrant markets of old Yoruba land, the scent of spices mingled with the laughter of children and the chatter of families. Yet, as the winds shifted, a hush fell upon the crowds. Vendors paused, glancing toward the horizon where dark clouds gathered, swirling like the very essence of the goddess herself. In that moment, everyone felt her energy, a thrilling mix of dread and exhilaration, as if the air itself crackled with her power. Oya, adorned in flowing garments that mirrored the shifting colors of the sky, moved between realms, one foot in the everyday lives of people, the other in the world of spirits. Her hair, long and wild like the lashes of a storm, flowed behind her like a tempest in motion. With a fierce gaze that pierced through the veil of the ordinary, she could see the hidden truths of the hearts around her. Every soul she touched felt the stirring of change, a gentle push or a violent uprooting, depending on what they needed most. Long ago, stories spoke of her fierce battles against enemies of her people, her voice rising above the chaos of clashing swords and the cries of the fallen. She wielded her power not only to protect, but to inspire courage in those who felt powerless. Her storms were not merely destruction, they were cycles of rebirth, clearing the way for new beginnings. From the ashes of the old, life sprang forth anew, vibrant and full of promise. As the winds picked up strength, Oya's presence intensified. People felt her encouragement to embrace the shifts in their lives, to let go of the past that no longer served them. The storms she brought were not just a warning, but an invitation to find resilience in the face of adversity. Those who heeded her call found themselves transformed, their fears swept away like debris in a tempest. In the shadow of her storms, a young woman named Amina stood frozen, her heart racing. She had dreams of leaving her small village, of exploring the wide world that lay beyond the mountains. But fear held her back, like an anchor tethered tightly to her soul. Oya, sensing her struggle, swirled around her, the wind whispering words of encouragement. "Embrace your journey," it seemed to say. "I will be with you through every storm." Amina's breath caught in her throat as the first drops of rain began to fall, each drop a reminder of the changes waiting to unfold. She could feel the goddess wrapping her in a cloak of strength, urging her to step forward. With each gust of wind, her doubts began to unravel, and in that moment, she chose to trust not only in herself, but in the power that Oya represented. The storm gathered momentum, battering against the earth and transforming the landscape. Trees bent but did not break, and the very ground seemed to pulse with life. Oya's laughter echoed through the howling winds, a sound both joyous and fierce. It was a reminder that storms were not just to be feared, they were the very essence of life, dynamic, ever-changing, and full of potential. In the distance, a village lay in the path of Oya's fury, its inhabitants oblivious to the tempest approaching. Fearing for their safety, they prayed to the gods for mercy. Yet, Oya had a different plan. She would not destroy, but rather, she would clear the way for new hope. As she unleashed her winds, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted in the sky, a stunning display that painted the horizon with shades of deep purple and fiery orange. Children ran outside, laughing as they danced in the rain, their joy a celebration of life itself. The elders watched, their faces filled with awe, realizing that changes could bring beauty alongside chaos. Oya transformed fear into courage, embracing the duality of existence, light and dark, joy and sorrow, endings and beginnings. In the chaos, a figure emerged from the shadows, a man named Tunde, a wise storyteller whose words had the power to captivate hearts. He understood the language of the winds, the rhythm of the storms. As he felt Oya's energy surge around him, he took a deep breath and began to speak, his voice rising above the roar of the storm. "Oya, goddess of change, hear my call. We honor your presence in our lives. We welcome your storms to cleanse and renew our spirits." The winds whirled in response, carrying his words high into the sky, where they mingled with the essence of the goddess. A surge of energy pulsed through Tunda as he spoke, a connection to the divine that ignited a fire within him. The villagers, touched by his words, felt their hearts open, ready to embrace the shift that Oya brought. As the storm raged on, the goddess moved among them, weaving a tapestry of resilience and hope. She was the winds that swept through the village, the rain that washed away the past, and the thunder that roared in defiance of stagnation. Each clap of thunder was a reminder. Change is powerful, but so are those who embrace it. Moments turned into eternity as the storm danced on, a whirlwind of emotions intertwining. Amina, her spirit ignited by the goddess, took her first step toward the unknown, while Tunde continued to weave tales of courage that would echo through generations. They were not alone. Oya was with them, her fierce energy propelling them forward into the heart of change. And as the storm raged, it became clear. Oya was more than a goddess of winds, storms, and change. She was a force of transformation, a relentless tide that called upon every soul to rise, to evolve, to confront the storms of their own lives. The winds howled, but within that sound lay the promise of rebirth and the thrill of untold stories waiting to be told. The world was alive with possibility, and in the eye of the storm, magic lingered, waiting for the brave to seize it. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue that danced across the waters of the river. It murmured softly, whispering ancient tales and secrets known only to those who had walked its banks. There, where the water met the earth, Oshun moved with grace, her presence as vibrant as the shimmering light that flickered upon the surface. She was a goddess, but more than that, she was a force of nature, the embodiment of love, fertility, and the lifeblood of the rivers that wound through the landscape. Her laughter echoed like the tinkling of bells, a sound that could melt the hardest of hearts. Those who heard it felt an inexplicable urge to dance, to celebrate life in all its forms. Children would gather by the riverbank, their eyes wide with wonder as they watched her caress the waters with delicate fingers, summoning fish to leap and birds to sing. Each wave seemed to pulse with her energy, a reminder of the bond between the goddess and the world around her. Ocean was revered not only for her beauty, but for the gifts she bestowed upon her followers. Fertility was her domain. Women prayed for her blessing with offerings of honey and oranges, symbols of sweetness and abundance. The earth thrived under her watchful gaze, and crops flourished in her presence. Those who sought her favor often found themselves blessed with children, their laughter filling the air like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. Yet, beneath the surface of her enchanting demeanor lay a fierce protector. When angered, the river could become a tempest, raging against those who dared to disrespect its depths. Tales told of her wrath, how she could summon storms that churned the waters into fury. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of how she once transformed a man who had wronged her into a stone. forever watching the river flow past without ever touching its waters again. It was a cautionary tale passed down through generations, a reminder of the respect owed to the goddess who shaped their lives. Oshun's festival was a vibrant celebration that filled the air with music and joy. In the early morning light, women adorned in flowing yellow robes would gather along the river, their voices rising in song that intertwined with the gentle lapping of the water. Drummers set the rhythm, their beats echoing the heart of the earth, calling forth the spirit of Oshun. As the sun rose higher, the river shimmered like 1,000 diamonds, reflecting the love and devotion of those who worshipped her. The festival was not just a time for celebration, but a sacred moment for communion with the goddess. Each dancer carried her essence, channeling her spirit as they twirled and leaped, their movements fluid and alive. Those who watched felt their hearts quicken, an electric connection that bound them to Oshun and to each other. Love, in all its forms, flowed through the crowd like the river itself, binding souls together in a tapestry of connection and hope. Yet, amidst the joy, whispers of longing threaded through the air. For some, the festival was a reminder of what they yearned for: lost loves, unfulfilled dreams, and the quiet ache of desire. Oshun understood these hearts. Her own story was woven with threads of love and loss. She had once wandered the earth, searching for her beloved, the god of the wind, who had been lost to the storms of fate. It was a tale of heartache that lingered in her spirit, transforming her into a goddess who could empathize with every longing soul. When the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the festival, those in attendance would offer their prayers to Oshun, casting small boats made of leaves and flowers upon the river. The boats drifted gently, carrying their hopes and dreams downstream, as if Oshun herself would guide them to fulfillment. Children watched with wide eyes, believing they could see the goddess smiling down upon them, her image reflected in the swirling waters. The river, ever watchful, held these moments close. It cradled the laughter of children, the whispered prayers of mothers, and the echoes of love lost and found. Each ripple in the water was a story, a heartbeat of the world shaped by Oshun's divine influence. And as the moon rose high, casting silver light upon the water, the river transformed into a mirror of dreams, illuminating the desires of those who believed. In the quiet of the night, the goddess lingered at the water's edge, her heart heavy with the countless stories she held. She felt the weight of every prayer, every wish, and every heartbreak. With a gentle sigh, she dipped her fingers into the cool waters, sending waves of calm through the darkness. It was in this moment of stillness that she sensed a shift, a stirring of energy that hinted at a greater purpose yet to unfold. A soft wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and the promise of change. The river, ever flowing, whispered of new beginnings and unexpected journeys. Oshun's heart quickened with anticipation. Sensing that her role was far from complete, there were souls yet to be touched, lives yet to be intertwined by love's unyielding embrace. The night deepened, the stars twinkling like distant promises, and as Oshun stood at the river's edge, she knew that her story was interwoven with countless others. There were tales of heartache, and yet, amidst the shadows, there would always be light. The goddess of love, fertility, and rivers remained a beacon of hope, her spirit entwined with the very essence of existence. And as the waters flowed, so too would the stories of those who dared to love, to dream, and to believe in the magic that only she could bring. In the flickering light of a candle, shadows danced on the walls, their movements echoing the heartbeat of a culture rich with history and belief. A soft whisper floated through the room, a gentle invocation to the unseen, a call to spirits that watch over humanity. These were not mere stories, passed down through generations. They were living connections, threads woven tightly into the fabric of existence. This was the world of the Orisha, divine spirits that embodied the forces of nature, the essence of life, and the myriad emotions that color human experience. From the lush embrace of the Yoruba land in West Africa, the Orisha emerged, vibrant and fierce, each with a distinct personality, a unique story etched into the annals of time. Obatala, the gentle and wise, draped in white robes, symbolized purity and clarity. His presence soothed the restless souls, promising peace in times of turmoil. Those who sought his guidance felt an overwhelming calm wash over them, a reminder that compassion could conquer even the darkest of fears. Then there was Shango, the embodiment of thunder and lightning, his powerful energy crackling in the air like a storm begging to erupt. He commanded respect and fear, a warrior spirit known for fierce passion and unyielding strength. When Shango entered the consciousness of his followers, it was like an electric surge, an invitation to embrace courage, to face the monstrous challenges life threw their way with arms wide open. The very ground seemed to shake beneath their feet. As night fell over the village, the air buzzed with anticipation. Drums began to beat, a rhythmic pulse that resonated with something primal, deep within the hearts of those gathered. The scent of burning herbs filled the air, a fragrant offering to the spirits that walked alongside the living. It was a sacred moment, a communion between worlds, where every clap of the hands and every stomp of the feet echoed a promise. The Orisha were listening. Each Orisha represented a fragment of the universe, a divine force that shaped the human experience. Isu, the trickster, flitted between realms, carrying messages and sometimes mischief. He was a guardian of crossroads, forever challenging the status quo, reminding people that life was a tapestry of choices, each one leading down a different path. With his sly smile and playful antics, Isu taught the importance of balance, joy and sorrow, laughter and tears, hope and despair. The stories of these divine spirits did not live solely in the realm of myth. They were intricately woven into the daily lives of the people. Families offered sacrifices at altars, adorned with symbols representing their beloved Orisha, a way to connect with the divine and seek guidance. But the rituals were not mere routines. They were heartfelt pleas, filled with emotion, filled with the weight of dreams and aspirations, the grief of loss, and the yearning for understanding. As the drums pounded louder, the air thickened with energy. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, the spirits stirred, and the essence of the Orisha enveloped the gathering like a warm embrace. Dancers twirled, their movements so fluid they seemed to fly, channeling the spirits that inspired and guided them. Each step was a story, each spin a testament to the legacies they carried. The audience felt their hearts race, caught between the realms of the living and the spiritual. The Orisha were more than just deities. They were reflections of the human spirit, embodying virtues and vices alike. Oshun, the goddess of love and fertility, captivated all with her grace and beauty. She personified the sweetness of life, the laughter of children, and the warmth of the sun. Yet beneath her shimmering surface lay the raw power of a river, nurturing yet relentless, capable of both creating and destroying. Those who called upon Oshun often did so in moments of longing, seeking love or healing, hoping to capture a fragment of her radiant spirit within their own lives. In contrast, Ogun, the god of iron and warfare, stood as a resolute figure, a testament to hard work and resilience. His hammer struck the anvil of existence, forging paths through the wilderness of life. He was admired by those who toiled under the sun, who faced adversity with unwavering determination. In his presence, hopes ignited like flames, propelling people to chase their dreams, wielding their tools like weapons in the battle for survival. The Orisha were not confined to the pages of history. They pulsed through the veins of every believer, guiding them through life's uncertainties. They held the keys to wisdom, love, strength, and courage. It was said that when one listened closely, they could hear the whispers of the Orisha in the rustling leaves, in the crashing waves, in the laughter shared between friends. Yet their stories couldn't be told without acknowledging the trials of the past, the transatlantic slave trade that tore families apart, scattering the Orisha across continents, intertwining their essence with new cultures. The resilient spirits adapted, finding ways to survive and thrive, shaping identities that transcended borders. In the sound of drums echoing through the streets of Havana, the spirit of Shango danced, dressed in the vibrant colors of the Caribbean. In the quiet corners of a New Orleans home, the whispers of Oshun flowed like sweet honey, comforting those who sought solace. As the night wore on, the celebrations continued, a powerful reminder that the Orisha were not mere echoes of history. They were alive, breathing through the hearts of the people. The drums continued to beat. The dancers kept moving, weaving an intricate tapestry of connection and understanding. Every moment was a testimony to the enduring spirit of the Orisha, guiding humanity through darkness and light, beckoning them toward a future filled with hope and resilience. And in that sacred space, where the living and the divine entwined, the air was thick with emotion, a palpable energy that threaded through the crowd, binding them to their ancestors and to each other. It was a reminder that though the past echoed through the present, it was the future where the true magic lay, waiting to be written by those willing to listen to the whispering winds of the Orisha. The night was far from over, and with each heartbeat, the story of the divine spirits continued to unfold, a never-ending saga that danced on the edge of existence. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the village as laughter echoed through the air, blending seamlessly with the rhythmic beat of the talking drums. This was not just another day in a Yoruba community. It was a day steeped in the whispers of ancestors who walked the earth long before, their spirits hovering just above the living. The vibrant colors of the fabric worn by the villagers danced in the breeze, but beneath the surface of everyday life ran a current of profound reverence. The ancestors were not merely voices from the past. They were guiding lights, ever-present guardians in the lives of their descendants. As the villagers prepared for the festival honoring their ancestors, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Stories passed through generations, tales of bravery and wisdom, each one a thread woven into the rich tapestry of Yoruba identity. The elders gathered around a fire, their skin weathered and wise, recounting the feats of those who had come before. Each word dripped with emotion, stirring the spirits of the ancestors who were believed to be listening, their presence palpable in the flickering flames. In Yoruba belief, ancestors are more than just memory. They are the very essence of existence. They shape the lives of the living through their actions, their lessons, and their unwavering love. With every prayer offered and every ritual performed, the line between the living and the dead blurred, forging a bond that transcended time. The villagers understood this connection deeply. It was a sacred thread that bound them to their heritage. Each prayer was like a bridge, crossing the chasm between the seen and the unseen, allowing them to seek guidance and blessings from those who had paved the way. Children listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders shared stories of great warriors and wise leaders. They spoke of Orunmila, the god of wisdom, who imparted knowledge to humanity, and the way their ancestors embraced the teachings of the Orishas. The children felt a powerful tug at their hearts, knowing that they were part of something greater, a lineage that thrived on respect and honor. The flames flickered as if responding to the energy in the air, creating a dance that echoed the rhythm of their collective heartbeat. As twilight descended, the villagers gathered around a large ancestral altar, adorned with offerings, a feast prepared for the spirits. Sweet yams, ripe plantains, and fresh palm wine sat waiting, each morsel a sign of gratitude and remembrance. The head of the family, an elder with eyes that sparkled with wisdom, began to speak, invoking the names of those who had departed. With each name, the crowd responded with a chorus of Ace, a powerful affirmation that signified life, strength, and agreement. It was a call that echoed through the ages, binding the living with the spirits in a sacred dialogue. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. The villagers closed their eyes, envisioning their ancestors, grandparents who had weathered storms, parents who had sacrificed everything, and those who had faced unimaginable struggles. Each spirit brought with it a flood of memories, the weight of history pressing down like a heavy cloak. Tears mingled with smiles on the faces of the living, a testament to the joy and sorrow that coexisted in their hearts. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, a sudden gust of wind whipped through the gathering. It was as if the ancestors had answered their call, a reminder that they were always near, guiding and protecting. The elders spoke of dreams as a sacred bridge where the ancestors came to impart knowledge and warnings. Villagers recounted dreams where their departed relatives appeared, guiding them through decisions, urging them to stay the course or to tread cautiously. Those dreams were not simply figments of imagination. They were divine messages, reminding each person that they were never alone. Amidst the laughter and tears, a child, a young girl with wide, innocent eyes, stepped forward, clutching a small clay figure she had crafted, a representation of her great-grandmother. The crowd fell silent, the air thick with anticipation. She raised the figure high, her voice trembling but clear as she proclaimed, "This is for you, great-grandmother. I remember your stories, and I promise to carry them forward." The weight of her words hung in the air, a promise to keep the flame of her heritage alive. As the night wore on, the villagers danced, their bodies swaying in rhythm with the heartbeat of their ancestors. Each movement was a tribute, a celebration of the lives that had shaped them. The drums pulsed like a living entity, echoing the joys and struggles of generations. With every beat, the ancestors seemed to join in, their spirits swirling around the dancers, each one an embodiment of love, laughter, and courage. But shadows lingered too, for not all ancestors could rest in peace, their stories marked by untold sadness and unresolved conflicts. The elders spoke of how important it was to honor not just the great, but also those whose lives had ended in turmoil. Acknowledging their struggles was a part of healing, a step toward understanding the complexities of life and death. It was a call to remember that every family carries burdens, and through honoring them, they could find release and strength. As the night drew to a close, the villagers made a final offering, pouring libations on the ground as a symbol of their respect and love. The spirits were called upon once more, their presence felt in the cool night air. Hope intertwined with sorrow, and gratitude flowed freely as they bid good night to their ancestors, knowing that while their bodies may have departed, their spirits lingered close, guiding each step along the path of life. The moon hung high, illuminating the village with its soft glow. There was an understanding that this gathering was not an end, but a continuation, a cycle that would repeat, weaving past, present, and future into a single, vibrant thread. As the fire's embers glowed, casting flickering shadows on the ground, the villagers returned to their homes, hearts full, knowing that their ancestors would walk beside them in all that lay ahead. Their stories would echo through time, an eternal narrative binding the living with those who had shaped their very existence, a reminder that love transcends even the barriers of death. In the stillness of the night, under a sky strewn with glimmering stars, a lone owl took flight from the gnarled branches of a sacred tree. Its wings brushed against the air like whispers of ancient secrets, carrying with them the essence of wisdom that echoed through generations. This owl, revered among the Yoruba, was more than just a creature of the night. It was a messenger of the gods, a symbol of insight that pierced the veils of both the earthly and the divine. In Yoruba mythology, animals are not merely living beings. They are embodiments of spiritual forces, each with its own story, each a thread woven into the rich tapestry of existence. The sacredness of these creatures lies in their connection to the Orishas, the powerful deities that govern the elements of nature as well as human fate. The stories of these animals are steeped in history, intertwined with the fate of humans, and echo through the corridors of time. The tortoise, for instance, is a figure of incredible significance. Often depicted as wise and cunning, the tortoise carries a shell etched with the tales of the world. It is said that when the earth was still young, the tortoise was the only one brave enough to challenge the sky to a battle of wits. In this epic duel, cunning and cleverness triumphed over sheer strength, teaching humanity that wisdom often wears a humble disguise. The tortoise represents resilience, the slow but steady progress that can move mountains. Its tales linger in the hearts of the Yoruba, reminding them to heed the lessons of patience and strategy. Then, there is the majestic lion, the embodiment of power and courage. Known as the king of the jungle, the lion roams the earth as a symbol of strength, bravery, and authority. In Yoruba culture, the lion is associated with the Orisha Oya, the fierce goddess of winds and storms. It is said that when Oya appears, she rides atop a lion, her spirit intertwined with its ferocity. The lion's roar is likened to thunder, echoing across the land, commanding respect and instilling fear in those who dare defy the forces of nature. To see a lion in a dream is a call to embrace one's inner strength, a reminder that courage can pierce through the darkest of fears. The sacredness of the elephant also commands reverence. Towering and gentle, the elephant is a symbol of wisdom and family in Yoruba mythology. It is said that an elephant's memory is as vast as the ocean, holding the weight of history within its colossal frame. In rituals, the elephant represents the ancestors, reminding the living of their lineage and the importance of honoring one's roots. Stories of elephants are shared around fires, their powerful presence felt in every heartbeat, evoking a sense of connection to those who came before. As children listen wide-eyed to the tales, they learn about loyalty, love, and the unbreakable bonds that tie families together. Among the sacred animals, the snake slithers through stories with a duality that captivates and terrifies. In Yoruba belief, the snake symbolizes transformation and rebirth, shedding its skin to become anew. Yet, it can also be a harbinger of danger, a reminder that with great power comes great responsibility. The Orisha Isu, the trickster and messenger, is often depicted with serpentine characteristics, embodying the complexities of life. Through Isu, the Yoruba learned to navigate the twists and turns of fate, understanding that every challenge carries a lesson, every trial an opportunity for growth. As dawn approached, a sacred cow wandered through the fields, its gentle moo resonating like a lullaby of peace. The cow, revered in Yoruba culture, is a symbol of nourishment and sustenance, representing abundance. It is said that the cow's milk holds the essence of life itself, a gift from the earth to nourish body and soul. In ceremonies, the cow is often sacrificed as an offering to the Orishas, a way to show gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon the people. The act is steeped in deep respect, honoring the sacred bond between humans and the creatures that enrich their lives. The vibrant parrot, with feathers that shimmer like jewels, flits from branch to branch, embodying the spirit of joy and vibrancy. Its song, bright and melodious, is a reminder of the beauty that life holds. In Yoruba mythology, the parrot is often associated with the Orisha Sango, the god of thunder and lightning, symbolizing the harmony between nature's fury and the joy of existence. The parrot's ability to mimic human speech serves as a reminder of the importance of communication and connection, urging the people to share their stories and keep their traditions alive. In a world where the sacred animals roam free, the air thickens with emotion, bridging the seen and the unseen. Every creature carries the weight of stories untold, passing down wisdom from one generation to the next. It is a web of life where each thread is sacred and every heartbeat resonates with the pulse of the universe. The Yoruba people hold these stories in their hearts, a living testament to the intertwining of humanity and nature. The sun began its ascent, painting the sky with hues of orange and gold, casting a glow upon the land. In this moment of dawn, the sacred animals stirred, awakening from their slumber, ready to play their roles in the dance of life. Each animal, each spirit, each story builds the foundation of existence, reminding the Yoruba that they are part of something far greater than themselves, a cosmic narrative that is forever unfolding. As the winds whispered secrets through the leaves and the sun cast its warm embrace upon the earth, the sacred animals continued their journey, bridging the divine and the mortal. Their tales would echo through time, waiting to be shared, waiting to intertwine with the next chapter of existence, as the dance of life unfolded endlessly before them. In the beginning, there was only silence. A vast emptiness stretched across the cosmos, punctuated only by the quiet whispers of possibility. Then came Olodumare, the supreme being, whose breath unfurled the fabric of existence. With a command that rippled through the stillness, the universe began to pulse with life. Everywhere, the unseen threads of creation intertwined, weaving a tapestry rich with colors and forms, yet untouched by human hands. In the Yoruba regions of Nigeria, Creation myths tell of a world born from divine intent, but tales vary, like the patterns in a kente cloth. In one version, the earth was set afloat on the back of a tortoise, a creature so wise it could harness the secrets of the deep. The tortoise journeyed through the endless waters, its shell catching glimmers of sunlight, reflecting the beauty that was yet to be. As its feet touched the primordial mud, it sank slightly, giving rise to the land. From the muck, Olokun, the god of the sea, emerged, bringing with him the soothing sounds of waves and the mysteries of the deep. His laughter echoed through the waters, a melody that called forth life. This life was not simply to exist, it was to flourish. As the sun began to rise, illuminating the earth, the first plants pushed through the soil, stretching their leaves toward the sky, yearning for warmth and light. The air was filled with the scent of fresh earth, a promise that everything was possible. But not all stories whispered the same tale. In another part of the Yoruba expanse, the story of creation took a different turn. Here, it was the god Obatala who descended from the heavens, his heart glowing with love and purpose. He carried a calabash filled with the essence of creation, a mixture of clay and divine spirit. As he landed on the unformed earth, he began to mold the first humans, shaping them with care, breathing life into them with gentle puffs of divine air. These beings, crafted in Obatala's image, were destined to walk the earth with grace and wisdom. As Obatala worked, he felt a twinge of sorrow for those who would not live forever. A shadow flickered in his mind, a reminder of the fragility of existence. Yet, in that moment, he vowed to guide them. His voice, soft as a lullaby, promised to be with them, to watch over them as they journeyed through the trials of life. Yet, just as light casts shadows, so too did the creation stories bear traces of conflict. In another region, the tale spoke of a great battle between Olokun and Obatala. The sea god, jealous of the joy brought by the land, sought to reclaim what he believed was his. Waves rose like mountains, crashing against the shore, threatening to swallow the newly formed beings. The skies darkened and thunder rumbled, echoing the chaos of their clash. Amidst the turmoil, humans raised their voices in prayer. They called upon Olodumare, begging for respite from the fury of nature. Their hearts beat in unison, a powerful chorus echoing through the air. Just as fear gripped the souls of the earth's children, a great light burst forth, a signal of hope. Olodumare intervened, his presence calming the storm. The sea receded, and peace returned. In every version, a thread of unity wove through the chaos. Each tale, while distinct, shared the fundamental truth that life was a gift, fragile yet beautiful. The Yoruba people revered this gift, celebrating creation with vibrant festivals filled with music, dance, and offerings to the gods who shaped their world. They understood that they were part of a grand design, woven into the very fabric of existence. Amid the stories, the spirit of the trickster, Eshu, danced. He was the messenger between realms, a catalyst for change. Eshu delighted in the chaos he could sow, whispering secrets into the ears of the gods and humans alike. His mischief ensured that life remained unpredictable, that the threads of fate twisted and turned in unforeseen ways. He formed the bridge between the known and the unknown, reminding everyone that creation was not a one-time event, but a continuous dance. One night, beneath a blanket of stars, a gathering took place. The elders of the villages, their faces etched with the wisdom of generations, shared stories by the firelight. Children listened wide-eyed, captivated by the tales of creation. They imagined the tortoise navigating the vast waters, the clay figures sprung to life, and the fierce battles between gods. The flickering flames danced, illuminating their faces and reflecting the wonder in their eyes. The air was thick with anticipation as the elders recounted how the spirits of the ancestors watched over them, offering guidance and protection. They spoke of blessings bestowed by the divine, the way the earth provided sustenance, and how the cycle of life continued. Each story resonated with the rhythm of life itself, echoing the heartbeat of the universe. Yet beneath the surface of these tales, a deeper truth whispered, a truth that questioned the very nature of existence. If creation was filled with such beauty, what lay in the shadows? What challenges awaited those who walked the earth? The answers remained elusive, dancing just out of reach like the flames flickering before them. As the stories wove through the night, a young girl named Adesola felt a stirring within her soul. She was drawn to the tales of creation, captivated by the idea that she too was part of this grand narrative. She wondered about her own place in the weave of existence, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation. The stories beckoned her to forge her own path, to be a part of the ongoing dance of creation. With a spark of courage, Adesola made a vow beneath the stars, promising to honor the rich tapestry of her ancestors' myths. She felt the weight of their stories in her bones, an unbreakable connection to the past. The flickering flames whispered secrets to her, urging her to listen, to learn, to create. As she gazed up at the heavens, she realized that the stories of creation were not mere tales. They were living, breathing truths that would guide her every step. And so, under the gaze of the night sky, the cycle continued. Creation was not a distant memory, but a vibrant present, echoing with the laughter of the gods and the heartbeat of humanity, forever intertwined. The journey was endless, filled with wonder, challenge, and the promise of what lay ahead, waiting just beyond the horizon. In the stillness of the night, when the moon hung low and full, casting an ethereal glow on ancient earth, a chilling whisper of wind carried tales from the Yoruba underworld. The air grew thick with an unshakable tension, a lingering reminder of the lives that once danced and sang in the warmth of the sun, only to tread the shadowy paths of the dead. It was said that the souls of the departed lingered in a realm not far from the living, forever bound by the threads of their mortal existence. The Yoruba believed that death was not the end, but a transformative journey, a passage through a world veiled in mystery and uncertainty. To the Yoruba people, the land of the dead was Oyo, a vibrant place where ancestors became guardians, watching over their descendants with fierce love and a touch of sorrow. They thought of Oyo as a mirror, reflecting the lives of the living. Each soul that departed carried with it the essence of its life, joys, sorrows, victories, and failures, transforming those memories into lessons for the living. In the folklore, the path to Oyo was winding and treacherous, marked by rivers that flowed not with water, but with the memories of the forgotten. Some spoke of the river of forgetfulness, a shimmering stream that washed away the burdens of the past, allowing souls to step into their new existence unshackled. Others feared it, believing that to forget was to lose one's identity, to drift endlessly in the void without purpose. The souls who navigated this river were left with a choice: to embrace the light of their past or to dissolve into an eternal mist. As the wind rustled through the trees, it carried whispers of those who had crossed over. There was Adebayo, a warrior whose spirit still roamed the earth, clad in the armor of his memories, He fought valiantly in life, and in death, he carried the weight of his people's hopes. He haunted the dreams of the living, appearing in the smoke of evening fires, urging them to be brave and relentless. There was joy in his presence, yet an echo of sorrow lingered like a shadow, reminding the living of the price of courage. Then there was Adiola, a healer whose hands had cradled many lives. In the underworld, she became a guide for the fragile souls lost in despair. Her laughter, once a melody of warmth, transformed into a haunting song that resonated through the dark corners of Oyo, calling to those who sought her wisdom. She would gather the wandering spirits, weaving stories of their past into tapestries of light, helping them find solace in their new reality. Yet, in her heart, she felt the ache of her unfulfilled dreams, a price she paid for the gift of healing. The Yoruba underworld was a land of contrasts, where life and death coexisted in a delicate balance. The air shimmered with the colors of memory, creating a tapestry that told the tales of countless generations. The ancestors, powerful yet gentle, roamed freely, their presence a constant reminder of the living's responsibilities. They watched, they listened, their eyes filled with both pride and disappointment. Each spirit had tales to tell, lessons to impart, and their voices echoed like a distant chorus through the ages, urging the living to remember and to honor. But the path to Oyo was not without its challenges. The Yoruba believed that the journey could be interrupted by malevolent spirits, those who had not found peace or who sought revenge. These dark shadows hunted for the living, preying on their weaknesses, whispering doubts, and instilling fear. The living must perform rituals, offer sacrifices, and pay homage to their ancestors to keep the balance intact, to ward off these lingering spirits that threatened to disrupt the harmony. In the villages, the night was filled with the sound of drums, the rhythmic beats a call to the ancestors. People gathered around fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames, telling stories that bridged the gap between worlds. They would invoke the names of those who had passed, calling them to join the circle, believing that their spirits were present, listening and guiding. It was a sacred act, one that connected the living with the dead, weaving their stories into a shared fabric of existence. Yet, as tales of courage and love filled the air, there was an underlying dread. The people knew that to forget their ancestors was to invite darkness. The ghosts of the departed could become restless, their voices silenced by the indifference of the living. A home where laughter once echoed might grow cold and silent. Shadows creeping in, reminding those who remained of the fine line between honor and neglect. On certain nights, it was said that the veil between the worlds thinned, allowing glimpses of Oyo. Those who were sensitive could feel the pull, the emotional tug of longing to see loved ones again. An unexplainable sense of peace surrounded them as they felt the presence of those who had moved on, a connection that transcended time and space. Yet, it was a bittersweet experience, for with every smile came the reminder of their absence. As the moon began to wane, its light casting long shadows on the earth, the stories of the Yoruba underworld lingered in the air, weaving through the hearts of those who listened. The emotions ebbed and flowed like the tide, sorrow and joy dancing together in an eternal embrace. With every heartbeat, the living were reminded that the journey did not end with death. Each life, each soul, was intimately bound, creating a legacy that would ripple through time. And as the drums slowed, the whispers of ancestors grew quieter. The night took on an air of anticipation. What awaited those who dared to tread the paths of the dead? What stories lay hidden in the shadows of Oyo, waiting to be uncovered? The air crackled with electricity, a promise of revelations yet to come, urging the living onward, deeper into the intricate dance of life and death, into the very heart of existence itself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the sprawling landscape of Yoruba land, where vibrant colors danced in the breeze and the scent of spices wafted through the air. Drumming echoed through the village, a heartbeat that pulsed with the rhythm of life itself. Men and women adorned in traditional attire, their faces painted with pride and joy, moved in a blur of energy, preparing for the long-awaited festival, the celebration of their gods, ancestors, and the very fabric of their existence. This was not just a gathering, it was a sacred meeting of the seen and the unseen, bridging the gap between the mundane and the divine. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the sky transformed into a canvas of deep oranges and purples. The festival had begun. In every corner of the village, laughter mingled with the chants of praise as families gathered around altar-like structures adorned with offerings: yam, cola nuts, and palm oil, each item symbolizing gratitude and connection to their gods. They believed these gifts would invoke blessings, ensuring a bountiful harvest and protection for their loved ones. Families wore their histories like a cloak, each garment telling a story of lineage and legacy. The elders, wise and weathered, took center stage, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the ocean as they recounted epic tales of their ancestors. With every word, they wove the past into the present, reminding the younger generations of the struggles and triumphs that had shaped their identity. Young children, wide-eyed and eager, sat cross-legged in front of their grandparents, absorbing the wisdom that flowed through the air like an invisible thread, connecting them to their roots. The sight of the masqueraders, brightly adorned in elaborate costumes, sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. With masks carved from sacred woods, they embodied the spirits of their ancestors, dancing with a fervor that seemed to defy gravity. The flickering of flames from torches illuminated their movements, casting eerie yet captivating shadows that danced alongside them. Each step they took was a testament to the belief that the past was never truly gone. It lived on in the present, influencing their lives in ways both seen and unseen. The spectators clapped and cheered, their hearts swelling with pride as they felt the spirits of their ancestors swirl around them like a gentle breeze. A hush fell over the crowd as the chief priest, draped in white robes, stepped forward. His voice rang out, strong and commanding, invoking the names of the Orishas, deities who governed the forces of nature and human fate. The crowd responded with a chorus of Ace, a powerful affirmation that signified their collective will and energy. Each invocation was a reminder of their reliance on these divine forces, a plea for guidance, wisdom, and protection. The priest's words flowed like a river, connecting every individual to their shared spirituality, igniting a fire of devotion that crackled through the air. As night enveloped the village, the drums grew louder, their beats synchronizing with the racing hearts of the revelers. The ground vibrated beneath their feet, a pulsating reminder that they were part of something greater than themselves. Each festival was a reaffirmation of life, an act of resistance against the shadows of doubt and despair. In these moments, the villagers felt invincible, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they were seen, heard, and valued by both the divine and their community. Yet, amidst the joy, a poignant reminder lingered. Festivals were also a time for remembrance, as the flickering flames cast soft light on the faces of the living. They also illuminated the memories of those who had passed. Candles were lit in honor of departed loved ones, their flickers whispering stories of laughter and love. The air thickened with emotion as tears mingled with smiles, a testament to the bittersweet nature of life. This duality of celebration and remembrance deepened the connection between the past and the present, allowing the community to grieve and heal together. The climax of the festival arrived with an exhilarating dance-off, where villagers showcased their skills, each movement a declaration of identity and belonging. The atmosphere crackled with excitement as dancers twirled, swayed, and leaped, their bodies telling stories of resilience, love, and joy. The rhythm of the drums reached a fever pitch, and the crowd roared, their voices merging into a symphony of exuberance. In that electrifying moment, nothing else mattered. They were bound together by a shared experience that transcended time and space. As the festival began to wind down, the villagers gathered around the central fire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow. They shared food and laughter, recounting the day's events, each story adding another layer to the tapestry of their community. The bonds of friendship strengthened, and the spirit of unity enveloped them like a comforting embrace. They were not just neighbors, they were family, forged in the fires of tradition and commitment to one another. Yet, even as laughter echoed into the night, an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath the surface. The world outside the village was changing, and old beliefs were being challenged by the encroaching modernity. The younger generation, while proud of their heritage, found themselves torn between the allure of the new and the pull of the old. Would these festivals continue to thrive, or would they fade into memory, a relic of a bygone era? Each celebration carried with it the weight of that question, a challenge that left hearts heavy and spirits restless. As the stars twinkled above, a single thought lingered in the air. The festivals were more than just events. They were lifelines, connecting the living to their ancestors and reminding them of who they were and where they came from. They were sacred rites that celebrated life, love, and the eternal struggle to hold on to one's identity amidst change. The drumming slowed, but the heartbeat of the village continued, echoing in every heart, a promise that the spirit of the festival would live on, as long as there were stories to tell, songs to sing, and spirits to honor. And as the fire flickered and the laughter faded into whispers, the villagers knew they would gather again, year after year, to celebrate, to remember, and to reaffirm the ties that bound them all to one another, and to the rich tapestry of their ancestors' legacies. The night wore on, but in their hearts, the festival was an eternal flame, flickering with hope and resilience, lighting the way for the generations yet to come. The air was thick with anticipation, an electric buzz that tingled on the skin. It was a warm evening in a village where the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over everything. Men and women gathered around a sacred space, their faces illuminated by flickering flames as they waited for the diviner to arrive. In their hands were small offerings, cowrie shells, fruits, and sometimes a humble chicken. Each object held a story, a prayer, a hope. They were there for Ifa, the ancient system of divination that had withstood the test of time. A bridge between the human and the divine, a whisper of fate in the air. The diviner, known as the Babalawo, moved with an air of quiet confidence. His eyes held centuries of wisdom, each wrinkle a testament to the lives he had touched. He sat before an altar adorned with intricate carvings, symbols of Orunmila, the deity of wisdom and knowledge, who governed the destiny of humankind. Beneath his hands lay the sacred opele, a chain of divination that connected spiritual realms to the earthly plane. The crowd, wide-eyed and breathless, felt the weight of their hopes and fears as they watched him prepare for the ritual. As he began to cast the opal, a hush fell over the gathering. Each clink of the sacred shells echoed like the heartbeat of the universe. The diviner called upon the Orishas, invoking their power with words that danced like smoke in the air. The spiritual world opened, and the atmosphere shifted. He moved as if he were caught in a trance, his body swaying gently, the rhythm of the divine guiding his every gesture. The onlookers leaned in, their breaths held tight, as they sensed the release of energy, a connection to something far greater than themselves. Ifa was not merely a practice, it was the pulse of the community, a lifeline that offered guidance and clarity. Generations had gathered to seek its wisdom, each asking questions about love, health, fortune, and the unseen forces that shaped their lives. The stories that emerged from the sacred verses, or Odu, were rich with history, morality, and lessons passed down through the ages. Each Odu held profound meanings, layered like the delicate petals of a flower, waiting to be revealed. In that moment, the Babalawo's voice soared above the flames, its cadence a song that resonated with the very essence of existence. The tales of ancestors flowed through him, weaving a tapestry of connectedness that bound the present to the past. He recounted the story of a young woman who had faced despair, but found strength in a single verse, illuminating her path and guiding her toward love. Another tale spoke of a warrior whose courage led him to victory, not through brute force, but by seeking counsel from the wise. Each narrative was a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, a testament to the belief that destiny could be shaped through choices, guided by the wisdom of the Ifa. As the divination continued, the crackling flames seemed to dance in rhythm with the hearts of the villagers. They felt a surge of emotion that was both uplifting and daunting. The Babalawo's voice dropped to a whisper as he revealed the messages woven into the fabric of the Odu, and the crowd listened with rapt attention. Some nodded knowingly, others wiped away tears, their hearts stirred by the revelations that struck close to home. The beauty of Ifa lay not just in its ability to predict the future, but in its power to heal, to unite, to remind each person of their place in the grand tapestry of life. But with wisdom often comes a chilling truth. The Babalawo's next words bore the weight of caution, a reminder of the fine line between fate and free will. A tale emerged of a man who ignored the counsel of Ifa, his pride blinding him to the warnings. The consequences were harsh, a dark shadow that loomed over his life, a stark reminder that every choice rippled outward, shaping not only his destiny, but the fates of those around him. The villagers felt a collective shiver, the gravity of their own decisions pressing upon them with newfound urgency. As the sun set, the stories swirled in the air, mingling with the smoke from the fire, the night growing cooler, yet the energy around them warm and vibrant. The Babalawo's voice rose and fell like the tide, an ebb and flow that mirrored the very essence of life itself. Hope mingled with fear, joy danced with sorrow, and the villagers were reminded that within the chaos lay the potential for greatness. In their hearts, they carried the weight of their pasts, but also the promise of their futures. When the divination came to a close, the villagers emerged with hearts a little lighter, minds teeming with thoughts that would resonate long after the flames died down. The Babalawo's words echoed in their minds, a symphony of wisdom that would guide them through the nights to come. They whispered among themselves, the energy of the night weaving its way into their conversations, igniting friendships, rekindling sparks of love, and fueling the flames of change. And while the glow of the fire began to fade, the spirit of Ifa remained vibrant and alive, entwined with their lives, a constant reminder that they were never truly alone. As they departed, the night wrapped around them like a cloak, filled with poignant memories and the thrill of anticipation for what lay ahead. Hints of laughter drifted on the breeze, an unspoken bond that tied them together. Each heartbeat a reminder of their shared journey, a journey that had just begun, yet was always profound and deeply interconnected. Here, the past was alive, and the future shimmered on the horizon, waiting to be written. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the sprawling village of If, where the air vibrated with an ancient pulse. As the evening approached, the rhythmic sounds of drums began to resonate, each beat a heartbeat of the Yoruba people, a call to gather and celebrate life, spirit, and history. The drums were not mere instruments. They were vessels of tradition, conduits of emotion, and sacred bridges to the ancestors. In Yoruba culture, music and drumming were woven into the very fabric of existence. They transcended mere entertainment, becoming a language of the soul. The dundun, with its deep, sonorous tones, announced the arrival of significant events, while the agogo chimed in harmony, weaving tales of love, war, and triumph. Each stroke upon the drum summoned spirits from realms unseen, echoing the voices of ancestors long past, reminding the living of their lineage, their purpose. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a gathering formed in the village square. People of all ages filled the space, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Elders sat cross-legged on woven mats, their faces etched with the stories of 1,000 lifetimes. Children danced barefoot on the earth, their laughter soaring with the rhythm, unburdened by the weight of the world. The air thickened with expectation, and the drummers took their places, hands poised over their beloved instruments, ready to conjure the magic that lay within. Each drum, crafted from the finest materials, held its own spirit. The bata drum, shaped like an hourglass, was revered not just for its sound, but for its connection to the deities. It was said that when played, the bata could awaken the warrior spirit, invoking protection and guidance from the Orishas, powerful beings who governed every aspect of life. The players, with their deft fingers and unyielding passion, breathed life into the skins stretched over the wooden frames, transforming the night into a symphony of sound. The first beats resonated through the gathering, strong and steady, sending ripples of energy across the crowd. It was a heartbeat, a foundation upon which stories would be built. The drummers, masters of their craft, communicated through their rhythms, responding to each other as a conversation of the heart. In the audience, observers swayed, their spirits rising with each pulse, their bodies moving instinctively, as if they were all part of a grand choreography written by the ancestors. As the tempo quickened, the drums began to converse in a language that transcended words. The dundun rolled like thunder, while the shekere rattled, crisp and sharp. The dancers emerged, their bodies fluid and graceful, embodying the essence of the music. Each movement told a story, a celebration of life, love, loss, and the eternal bond between the living and the spirits. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices blending into the rhythm, creating a tapestry of sound that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. This was more than just a performance. It was a ritual, a sacred connection between the seen and the unseen. Every beat of the drum recalled the rich history of the Yoruba people, their struggles, their victories, their undying resilience. The music resonated with the echoes of their ancestors, reminding them that they were part of something far greater than themselves. With each stroke, the drummers called forth the spirit of Ogun, the god of iron, urging strength and fortitude upon the people. They summoned Yemoja, goddess of the river, instilling peace and serenity. In that vibrant circle, time seemed to stand still. The villagers were no longer just individuals. They became a collective heartbeat, a living testament to their shared heritage. Tears glistened in the eyes of the elders as they witnessed the younger generations embodying their culture, their traditions alive in every movement, every note played. The drumming intensified, the sound rising higher, becoming a tapestry of emotion that filled the air with electricity. Joy, sorrow, reverence, and celebration, all entwined within the rhythm. As the night deepened, the drums began to tell a story of longing. The tempo slowed, the deep resonant tones of the dundun fading to a whisper, as if inviting the listeners to ponder their own journeys. The drummers, in a moment of connection, began to echo the heartbeat of love and loss. A solo dancer emerged, her movements slow and deliberate, each step a tribute to those who had come before, to the ancestors who had walked the same paths, who had felt the same joys and heartaches. The crowd watched, entranced, their hearts swelling with pride and a bittersweet sadness. The music softened, inviting introspection, yet even in this moment of stillness, the essence of the drums lingered, reminding everyone present that this was not merely a performance, but an embodiment of life itself. As the final beats of the dundun reverberated into silence, the audience remained frozen in time, reluctant to break the spell that had woven them together. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, the drummers lifted their rhythms once more, signaling a return to celebration, a reminder that life, even in its most profound moments, continued to pulse with hope. The dancers rejoiced, their movements wild and free, laughter spilling into the night like a waterfall. The drums erupted with new life, each beat a heartbeat of joy, urging everyone to let go, to become one with the music, to dance with abandon and embrace the spirit of the moment. The village square transformed into a sanctuary of sound, where every note played, every foot that danced, ignited a fire within the soul. A collective memory resided in the rhythm, an unbroken chain linking the past to the present, a heartbeat that would echo through generations. As the night wore on, the drumming grew louder, the music spiraling into a crescendo that resonated with the very essence of existence, a promise that the spirit of the Yoruba would live on, forever alive in the beats of the drum and the hearts of its people. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a tapestry of orange and purple hues across the sky. In a small village, the cries of a newborn pierced the stillness of the evening, a sound so raw and potent that it sent shivers down the spines of those gathered. Life had begun anew, a tiny being entering a world filled with love, hope, and the weight of ancestral expectations. In that moment, the villagers knew they stood on the threshold of a powerful rite of passage, the birth of a child. Generations before had whispered stories of this sacred transition, tales echoing through time like the rhythmic beating of a drum. Families gathered, honoring the new life with prayers and songs, weaving together a tapestry of culture and tradition. The baby's name would be chosen with care, a single word carrying the dreams and burdens of many. Each syllable was laced with history, a connection to ancestors who had walked this earth before, their spirits mingling with the air, watching over the fragile new life. As the night enveloped the village, another sound echoed in the distance, the call of a distant drum. It resonated with a primal energy, beckoning the young boys of the tribe to step forward, to embrace their destiny. It was initiation time, a sacred passage from boyhood to manhood. The boys, trembling with a mix of excitement and fear, gathered under the watchful eyes of the elders. They stood in a circle, hearts pounding, their futures hanging in the balance. The elders were cloaked in the wisdom of experience, their faces etched with lines that told tales of battles fought, loves lost, and victories won. They spoke of courage, of loyalty, and the responsibilities that would soon rest on the shoulders of these boys. The air crackled with energy as the first boy stepped forward, his heart racing, knowing that bravery was not the absence of fear, but the will to face it. With each challenge presented, a test of strength, a trial of spirit, the boys confronted their inner demons. They leapt over fires that flickered with the promise of transformation, faced the darkness of the woods that whispered secrets of the past, and wrestled with their peers, laughter mingling with the echoes of their determination. The experience tightened the bond between them, a brotherhood forged in the heat of trials, laughter, and tears. Each challenge stripped away childhood, layer by layer, revealing a man ready to embrace his role within the tribe. But amid the laughter and the triumphs, a shadow loomed at the edge of their celebration. The memory of loss lingered heavily in the air, a reminder that life and death danced hand in hand, inseparable in their embrace. There was always a price to pay, a moment when joy turned to sorrow. The villagers knew well that joy was fleeting and could shatter in an instant, much like glass underfoot. As the drum beats faded, the elders spoke of another rite, one shrouded in reverence and sorrow. Death was not an end, but a transition, a passage into the realm of the ancestors. Stories of those who had passed filled the night, their spirits whispering through the trees, urging the living to honor them. A candle was lit for each soul lost, flickering flames casting dancing shadows that seemed to come alive, forming shapes of those who had walked before. Laughter mingled with tears as the living shared tales of their beloved departed, weaving a fabric of memory that would never fade. In one corner of the gathering, a mother clutched a small bundle, wrapped tightly in her arms. The child she had just birthed was a reminder of the cycle of life, the delicate balance of existence. Yet, her heart was heavy, for she had lost her own mother just months prior. The warmth of her newborn contrasted sharply with the chill of absence. She whispered to her child, promising to keep the memory of their grandmother alive, to pass down stories that would help bridge the gap between generations. Each heartbeat of the baby was a testament to resilience, a reminder that life marched on, even when it felt unbearably heavy. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting silver light across the gathering, the villagers circled around a fire. They sang songs that echoed through the ages, harmonies blending with the whispers of the night, a reminder of their bond with the earth and the spirits that inhabited it. The rhythm of life pulsed through them, a beat that transcended time and space, connecting them to every birth, every initiation, and every farewell that had ever been. With every flicker of the flames, the stories of birth and death intertwined, weaving a narrative that was as old as time itself. Life was a tapestry, forever expanding, forever changing. The fragile threads of existence spun together in a dance of joy and sorrow, vibrant colors reflecting laughter and tears alike. The villagers understood the sacredness of their roles, the weight of their stories, each adding to a legacy that would endure long after they were gone. In that moment, amid flickering flames and whispered prayers, they were reminded that these rites of passage were not merely rituals, but a profound acknowledgement of the human experience. To be born was to begin an unending journey, a path paved with trials and triumphs. To undergo initiation was to step into the unknown, to embrace the responsibilities of adulthood, and to honor those who had come before. And to face death was to accept the inevitability of loss, to understand that every ending was also a beginning, a doorway to the next great adventure. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled overhead, the villagers shared stories of the past, but in their hearts, they also felt the stirrings of the future. The newborn child would grow, would face initiations of their own, and one day would understand the weight of their lineage. The cycle of life continued, each generation carrying the torch, lit by those who came before. The rhythm of existence pulsed on, a story woven through time, echoing with laughter and tears, forever reminding them of the beauty and fragility of life. In the cool shadows of an ancient grove in southwestern Nigeria, the air thick with whispers of the past, a young boy named Tunde crouched beside a gnarled tree, its roots twisted and turned, like the stories passed down through generations. The boy listened carefully, for the tales of his ancestors were not just stories. They were lifeblood, woven into the very fabric of who he was. Every rustle of the leaves seemed to echo the names of gods and heroes, of Orunmila and the fabled Oduduwa, whose journeys shaped the world Tunde inhabited. As dusk painted the sky in shades of orange and purple, the stories began to unfold in his mind. Tunde's grandmother often spoke of how the Yoruba people believed that the universe was a tapestry woven with the threads of mythology and history. It was said that the gods walked among humans, that their footsteps left imprints on the earth, and that every hill and river held a story just waiting to be told. Tunde felt a shiver run down his spine. In that moment, he wasn't just a boy. He was a vessel for the myths of his people. He thought of Yemoja, the goddess of the Ogun River, whose nurturing spirit flowed through the waters, bringing life and prosperity. And though he had never seen her, he could feel her presence in the gentle caress of the water as he played along the riverbanks. Yemoja was more than a deity. She was history, the embodiment of the strength and resilience of the Yoruba people. But history wasn't always kind. Tunde's heart ached at the stories of the slave trade that ravaged his ancestors, pulling families apart like threads unraveling from a beloved cloth. He remembered the tales of the brave warriors who fought against oppression, their spirits ignited by the belief that their gods would protect them. These stories were soaked in both tears and triumph, creating a complex tapestry of joy and sorrow that defined the Yoruba experience. Tunde's mind danced between myth and reality, reminding him of the legendary Oyo Empire, where kings ruled with wisdom and strength, honoring their gods and ancestors. The empire thrived, a beacon of culture and civilization, illuminating the brilliance of the Yoruba people. It was a time when stories of valor echoed through grand palaces, and the air was rich with the scent of festivals celebrating harvests and deities alike. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was the undeniable truth of colonization, the painful encroachment that sought to rewrite history. Images of fierce resistance flashed before Tunde's eyes, the brave women and men who, despite the odds, stood tall against foreign invaders. His chest tightened as he thought of Oyo's last great king, Afonja, whose courage and tragic downfall would be echoed in songs for generations. It was a dance of power, betrayal, and resilience that defined not just a kingdom, but a people who refused to be silenced. As night draped its cloak over the grove, Tunde leaned closer to the shimmering fire, sparks floating upwards like prayers to the heavens. He envisioned the spirits of his ancestors surrounding him, urging him to remember their struggles, their victories, and the lessons embedded in the myths they had passed on. He could almost hear them calling, the echoes of tales from the Ifa divination, the wisdom of Orunmila, the god of knowledge and destiny. Their lives intertwined with the cosmic dance of the universe, where fate and free will wove together in an intricate pattern. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, sending a shiver through Tunde's body. A chill crept in from the edges of his imagination, as if the boundaries between myth and history were dissolving right before his eyes. What if Orunmila had watched over his ancestors during the darkest nights? What if the power of the gods had been their shield against despair? As he pondered these questions, the fire flickered, illuminating the faces of his ancestors, their expressions filled with hope and resilience. The stories, Tunde realized, were not just about the past. They were alive, breathing through him, urging him to carry their weight, their truths into the future. The interplay of Yoruba mythology and history was not just a blend of tales. It was a lifeline, an emotional bridge connecting the past to the present. He felt the urgency in his heart to pass on these stories, to ensure that the struggles and triumphs of his people would never fade into silence. His grandmother's voice echoed in his mind, telling him that every time a story was told, the souls of the ancestors were awakened. With every telling, history was kept alive. The myths became a living narrative, intertwining with the present, shaping the future as they danced together, eternally linked. In that grove, with the fire crackling and shadows weaving between the trees, Tunde felt the weight of his heritage pressing down on him, both a burden and a gift. He understood that the true strength of the Yoruba lay in their ability to embrace both their history and their mythology, a powerful reminder that every struggle was interwoven with divine purpose, every tale a testament to survival. As he stared into the flickering flames, Tunde felt a decision settling deep in his bones. He would carry these stories forward, not just as a boy, but as a guardian of his culture. He would share the tales of Yoruba deities and historical heroes, connecting the past to the present, ensuring that neither his people nor their stories would ever be lost to the winds of time. The night swelled with a palpable energy, a dance of fire and shadow, myths and memories, as Tunde felt the stirrings of destiny wrap around him like an embrace. The interplay of Yoruba mythology and history was a living, breathing entity, a testament to resilience that would forever pulse through the veins of his people, echoing in the hearts of all who dared to listen. Under the starlit African sky, a great festival stirred within the bustling town of If. Drummers called to the spirits, their rhythms echoing like the heartbeat of the earth itself. In the center, a vibrant display of colors filled the air as men and women adorned in traditional attire celebrated their heritage. Yet, beyond the festive atmosphere, the tales of old whispered through the crowd, weaving a rich tapestry of gender roles that shaped the very core of Yoruba society. In the time when the gods walked among mortals, Olorun, the supreme creator, stood at the edge of the universe, weaving the threads of existence. As he breathed life into the world, he envisioned the balance between man and woman, a delicate dance choreographed by divine intention. This harmony was not merely a suggestion, it was a foundational truth, resonating through the stories passed down from generation to generation. Within these narratives, powerful goddesses emerged, each embodying attributes that transcended mere mythology. Take the fierce warrior goddess Oya, who commanded the winds and storms. Fierce and unyielding, she was a protector of women and a harbinger of change. Her story was one of strength, a reminder that female power was not something to be feared, but revered. Men and women alike listened, captivated by her fiery spirit, understanding that their world was shaped not just by masculine prowess, but also by feminine resilience. Across the tapestry of Yoruba myths, the goddess Osun flowed like the rivers she ruled. She was the embodiment of love, fertility, and prosperity. Yet, she was not simply a passive figure. She wielded her power with grace and determination. Worshippers would gather by her waters, offering sacrifices, hoping to gain her favor. The stories of Osun illustrated the importance of women as nurturers, healers, and wise advisors, roles that were vital to both family and society at large. Yet, the narratives did not shy away from conflict. It was said that when the gods quarreled, they often turned to the human realm for mediation. The tale of the fierce rivalry between the goddess Oya and the god Shango unfolded with electric tension. Their bond, once filled with passion, started fraying as ambition and jealousy took root. The clashing of their personalities echoed the struggles faced by men and women alike in a world striving for equality. As they fought, the skies darkened and thunder rolled, symbols of their tumultuous relationship, reflecting the very real struggles of gender dynamics within Yoruba culture. Men, too, were glorified in these tales, yet their power was often depicted in tandem with respect for the feminine. The great Orunmila, the god of wisdom and divination, would often consult the goddess Osun for her insight before making decisions. These moments revealed a profound truth, that male power found its strength not just in dominance, but in collaboration and respect for the feminine voice, an essential reminder that the roles of men and women were deeply interwoven. In the stories, the men were not merely warriors. They were sometimes guardians of their families, tasked with ensuring the well-being of their households while invoking the spirits for guidance. The tales of heroes like Sango reminded the Yoruba people that masculinity was as much about bravery and strength as it was about tenderness and devotion to family. His legend, filled with fierce battles, also told of his love for his wives, acknowledging their equal importance in his life and reign. Amidst these powerful narratives, the elders of Ife would gather the children, their eyes wide and filled with wonder. They listened to the stories that sparked their imaginations, tales delivered with passion that transcended time and space. The children learned that they were part of an intricate web of existence, where each role held significance and where respect for one another was fundamental. As the festival progressed, the air thickened with unspoken tales of the past. Women danced gracefully, their movements echoing the stories of the goddesses, while men drummed passionately, summoning the spirits to witness their homage. The crowd swelled with energy, caught in the electric atmosphere of harmony, yet tension, a reflection of the age-old struggle for understanding between genders. Yet the shadows loomed large, reminding all of the trials faced. The story of the first woman, the beautiful yet defiant Yemoja, echoed in the back of their minds. She was the mother of all, yet she was often depicted as misunderstood, struggling against the confines of a society that could not fully grasp her power. The retelling of her journey from the depths of the ocean to the sky above left a bittersweet taste in the atmosphere. Yemoja's tale evoked raw emotions, a reminder of the challenges women faced to assert their worth amidst a world that often sought to silence them. The narrative tension thickened as the elders spoke of the trials that women endured in the face of cultural expectations. Tales of sacrifice and courage emerged, igniting a flame of resilience in the hearts of the listeners. Stories of women who defied norms, who rose against the tide, echoed like drums in the night. There was the fierce Erelu, a woman who became a king through her wisdom and strength, challenging the very fabric of traditional beliefs. Her story was a beacon of hope, lighting the path for generations to come. As the night deepened, every story, every beat of the drum, intertwined with the spirit of the people. The festival served as a reminder that the narratives of gender roles were not just relics of the past, but active forces shaping the present. The emotions ran high, feelings of pride, sorrow, and determination mingling under the vast canopy of stars. Each tale told was a thread woven into the fabric of Yoruba culture, reinforcing the understanding that both men and women had roles that were vital, interdependent, and filled with strength. And just as the festival reached its peak, the whispers of the ancestors intertwined with the living, echoing through the air. The stories were not merely to be told, but to be lived. The festival, with its vibrant colors and ringing laughter, was a testament to the enduring spirit of the Yoruba people, a reflection of their past, and a promise for the future. The rhythms of life continued, a seamless transition to the dawn of new legends waiting to be born, stories yet to echo through the ages, still longing to be told. Under the vast African sky, children gathered, their laughter ringing like music through the air, as vibrant colors danced in the sunlight that broke through the trees. The older generation, wise and watchful, told stories of old, where the spirits of nature whispered through the rustling leaves and the flowing rivers. In these tales, the world was not merely a backdrop, it was alive, breathing, and pulsating with energy, a living entity infused with the essence of the Yoruba people. Nature was sacred, a revered partner in their daily lives. The Yoruba understood that every tree, every rock, and every drop of rain held a spirit. The great Olokun, deity of the sea, was not just a figure of worship, but a guardian of the waters that sustained life. The rivers glimmered like veins of silver, nourishing their crops and providing sustenance. It was said that Olokun wept for those who disrespected the waters, their tears transforming into storms, reminding humanity of its fragile place in the tapestry of existence. As the sun dipped low, painting the horizon with hues of orange and purple, a storyteller shared the tale of the tortoise, clever and cunning, who once challenged the birds to a race. With a heart full of mischief, the tortoise invited the birds to soar high, while he, clever as he was, made sure to use the environment to his advantage. He convinced the birds to carry him on their backs, promising to share the rewards of their flight. The race was won, and the tortoise, sly and unyielding, declared victory. But the birds felt cheated. In their anger, they scattered seeds across the land, unaware that these seeds would bloom into a vibrant garden of life. This garden was no ordinary patch of earth. It was a sanctuary, a symbol of resilience and the interconnectedness of all living things. The Yoruba people believed that nature held stories of creation itself. The sacred Iroko tree, towering with majesty, was said to be a bridge between the heavens and the earth. Under its branches, ancestors whispered wisdom to their descendants, reminding them of their responsibilities toward the environment. To cut down the Iroko was to sever ties with the past, to break the promise made to those who walked before. As darkness enveloped the land, the moon rose high, a silver sentinel in the night sky. The elders spoke of the deity, Yemoja, mother of the waters, whose nurturing spirit could be felt in the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. She was the embodiment of life, providing fish and fertility to the land. Every year, the community gathered to honor her, offering gifts of fruits and flowers, their voices harmonizing in prayers that rose like smoke into the night. Each offering was a reminder that the waters were not just a resource but a living connection to the divine. With each tale, the children listened wide-eyed, imaginations ignited. The threads of nature wove through their hearts, instilling a sense of duty, a pledge to protect the land that cradled them. They learned that the animals, too, were part of this sacred narrative. The clever chameleon, with its shifting colors, taught the importance of adaptation, while the majestic lion embodied the strength and courage necessary to stand against threats. Every creature had its place in the ecosystem, and every story echoed the call to cherish and respect the environment. Yet buried within the tales was a haunting reminder. The balance between nature and humanity was fragile. The story of the once thriving forest, now but a memory, echoed through the village. When greed overcame respect, trees were felled without thought, and the spirits grew restless. The winds howled in discontent, and the rains became erratic, flooding the fields that once bore bountiful harvests. The Yoruba understood the consequences of their actions. The land was a mirror, reflecting their deeds. In a moment of tension, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds threatening to unleash their fury. It was said that the sky was the canvas of Sango, the god of thunder and lightning, who demanded justice for the wrongs done to the earth. As the first drops fell, the elders raised their voices, singing songs of appeasement, begging for mercy. The air crackled with energy, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. The children felt a shiver run down their spines, a connection to something greater than themselves, a primal understanding that they were part of an ancient cycle. When the storm finally broke, it danced across the landscape, drumming on roofs and soaking the thirsty soil. The Yoruba people rejoiced, feeling the life-giving water seep into their bones. They knew that the rains were not just a blessing, but a reminder of their bond with nature. Each drop was a whisper from the ancestors, urging them to honor the earth, to live in harmony with the environment. As the storm passed and the sun emerged once more, a rainbow arched across the sky, a vivid promise of renewal. The children stepped outside, their hearts racing with excitement. With muddy feet and laughter, they splashed in the puddles, each leap a testament to the joy of life. They carried the stories of their ancestors with them, knowing that they were the stewards of the future, tasked with the preservation of this sacred bond. The elders continued to weave their tales, their voices blending with the sound of rustling leaves, the rhythm of life thrumming all around. Each story was a thread, stitching together the fabric of their community, binding them to the earth and each other. They held fast to the belief that as long as they revered the land, nature would reciprocate, the sun would rise, the rain would fall, and life would flourish, a continuous cycle of give and take. And as dusk fell again, painting the world in shades of twilight, the stories carried on, unbroken, a legacy passed from one generation to the next. The children, now a part of this living tapestry, would one day become the storytellers, their hearts forever touched by the beauty and significance of nature in their myths. The rhythm of their lives echoed the ancient tales, and in the quiet moments when the wind whispered through the trees, they would remember that the environment was not merely a backdrop to their existence, but a vital part of who they were, a reflection of the spirit of the Yoruba, intertwined with the very essence of life itself. In the dim glow of a flickering fire, shadows danced across the walls of a humble dwelling, where stories had been whispered for generations. An elder, with a voice like rolling thunder and wisdom etched into every wrinkle, spoke of gods and spirits that shaped the world and its people. The listeners leaned in closer, their hearts racing, as they felt the weight of the tales, the myths of the Yoruba, rich in emotion and steeped in history. Once upon a time, a great goddess named Osun flowed like a river through the land, nurturing both the earth and its people. Her tears, a blend of sorrow and joy, brought life to the parched soil, creating lush landscapes that teemed with vibrant colors. Artists, inspired by her beauty and spirit, captured her essence on canvas, using bright ochres and greens that sang with the joy of creation. Statues of Osun adorned homes and temples, adorned with intricate carvings that reflected the depth of her influence. Each stroke of the artist's brush and each chisel mark on the stone whispered tales of longing, love, and the profound connection between the divine and humanity. As the fire crackled, the elder turned to the story of Oduduwa, the father of the Yoruba people, who descended from the heavens with a handful of earth and a sacred palm nut. He planted the earth and breathed life into it, creating the first city, Ile-Ife, the cradle of Yoruba civilization. In the hands of skilled artisans, the tale took shape, morphing into sculptures that captured the strength and nobility of Oduduwa. Even the faintest crack in a statue told of the struggles faced by the people, their resilience rising like the sun after a storm. The myths were not merely stories. They were the lifeblood of Yoruba culture, influencing every aspect of life, from the marketplace to the great festivals that drew crowds from far and wide. Dancers adorned in colorful costumes echoed the movements of the gods, their steps a powerful expression of devotion. The drums, deep and resonant, spoke the language of ancestors. Each beat told a story, a rhythmic heartbeat that made the ground tremble beneath them, uniting the past with the present. But there were darker tales too, of Isu, the trickster who danced between chaos and order. He was not merely a villain, but a reminder of the duality that existed within every soul. Poets wrote verses that captured Isu's mischievous spirit, weaving tales of his cunning as he played tricks on both gods and mortals alike. In vivid detail, they described his swift movements and glinting eyes, drawing listeners into a world where laughter and lessons intertwined. Artists painted his likeness, capturing the essence of laughter that masked the deeper truths of life. Each artwork carried an electric charge, a reminder that mischief could lead to wisdom. The air thickened with emotion as the elder spoke of the great goddess Yemoja, the mother of all waters. She was a nurturing figure, yet fierce in her protection of her children. Her stories flowed through rivers and oceans, inspiring countless songs that echoed through the generations. Musicians strummed their instruments, weaving melodies that celebrated her strength and grace. Dance was an offering to her, a way to express gratitude for the blessings she bestowed upon the people. The rhythms of the drums pulsated, mixing with the waves as they crashed ashore, creating a symphony that honored her spirit. Yoruba myths were not confined to the distant past, but resonated in the present, shaping the lives of those who embraced their legacy. In the bustling streets of Lagos, contemporary artists painted murals that celebrated these deities, breathing new life into ancient stories. The vibrancy of the colors spoke of a connection that transcended time, resonating in the hearts of those who viewed them. The myths were alive. They pulsed like a heartbeat through the veins of society, reminding everyone of their roots and the lessons carried forward. Even the written word bore the mark of Yoruba influence. Poets blended oral traditions with ink on paper, crafting works that reveled in the beauty of their heritage. They penned verses that shimmered with the weight of ancestral wisdom, their words a bridge between generations. Each stanza echoed the stories shared by elders around fires and woven into the fabric of community gatherings. These narratives were not just tales. They were emotional legacies, binding the people to their history, their culture, and their identity. As the elders' voice rose and fell, weaving tales of love, struggle, and triumph, the listeners found themselves entranced. They felt the power of their ancestors coursing through their veins, the weight of the myths pressing upon them like a warm embrace. The flames flickered, mirroring the emotions that danced in their hearts. Every story was a thread in a tapestry that connected them all, a living testament to the power of myths and the art they inspired. But lurking beneath the surface was a tension that could not be ignored. The intersection of tradition and modernity began to stir unease. Artists struggled to balance the weight of their heritage with the urge to innovate. As technology advanced and global influences crept in, the pure essence of these myths risked being diluted. Would the vibrant colors of Osun still flow, or would they fade into a palette of conformity? Would the tales of Oduduwa continue to echo in the hearts of the next generation, or would they be lost in the cacophony of the modern world? Within the flickering shadows, uncertainty loomed, yet hope remained. Each story told around the fire was a reminder of resilience, a testament to the enduring power of Yoruba myths. They were woven into art and literature, each thread strengthening the fabric of identity. The whispers of ancestors mingled with the aspirations of the living, creating a symphony that resonated through time, urging all who listened to remember and carry forth their legacy. And just as the night deepened, a new tale began to rise, igniting the imaginations of all who dared to dream. The fire crackled, casting shadows that danced like spirits among the listeners, hinting at the stories yet to unfold and the legends that still awaited their moment to shine. The air thrummed with possibility, and the restless hearts gathered close, eager for the next chapter to unfold. For in the world of Yoruba myths, the story was far from over. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the vibrant marketplace, bustling with life. The air brimmed with the aroma of spicy jollof rice and pepper soup, mingling with the laughter of children and the calls of traders hawking their goods. Among the colorful stalls filled with handmade baskets and rich textiles, a grandmother named Iya Adesola sat weaving stories into the fabric of her life. Her voice, a soothing melody, carried tales of gods and ancestors, of rituals that stretched back generations. Yet shadows loomed, distant figures in uniforms, their presence heavy with authority, marked the beginning of a storm that would sweep through the land. Colonialism crept in, like a thief in the night, whispering promises of progress, while wielding a sword that would cut through the very roots of Yoruba culture. It reshaped the landscape, molding not just the land, but the beliefs and practices of its people. The Yoruba, with their vibrant pantheon of deities and deep spiritual connections to their ancestors, suddenly found their world turned upside down. The echo of the talking drums, once a call to community gathering and worship, now faded beneath the clamor of foreign languages and imposed religions. As the missionaries arrived, a wave of tension swept through the towns and villages. They brought the Bible, holding it high, as if it were the only truth. The Yoruba people, steadfast in their beliefs, found themselves caught in a struggle, a tug-of-war of faith that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of their existence. The rich traditions of Ifa divination, which had guided their ancestors through life's challenges, faced ridicule and disdain. Rituals that celebrated the Orishas, Obatala, Shango, and Oshun, were condemned as pagan practices, remnants of a past deemed savage and backward. Iya Adesela felt the weight of this change press down upon her. As she shared stories with her grandchildren, she sensed their eyes glazing over with confusion, their minds captivated by foreign tales of saints and prophets. She clutched her beads tightly, each one a symbol of the Orishas, a reminder of the strength of her ancestors. Yet, the uncertainty gnawed at her heart. Would her stories survive the onslaught of new beliefs? Would her grandchildren remember the dances that honored the spirits of their forefathers? One stormy evening, the village gathered in the square, voices raised in debate. An elder stood, his voice trembling with passion as he defended the Yoruba faith. "Our gods are not idols. They are the essence of our being," he proclaimed, drawing the attention of both villagers and colonial officials. But as the words echoed in the air, a heavy silence fell, punctuated by the distant sounds of a military drum. The clash became inevitable. The Yoruba people, proud and resilient, began to push back against the tide of colonialism. They found solace in clandestine gatherings, whispering incantations and lighting candles in secret. The spirit of resistance grew, nurtured by the very traditions that colonial powers sought to erase. Women, fierce and unwavering, led the charge, crafting amulets and charms to protect their families from the encroaching changes. Yet, as the years passed, the impact of colonialism seeped into daily life. Schools opened, teaching English and Western ideals, but with them came a silent erasure of Yoruba history. Children, once steeped in tales of brave warriors and wise Orishas, now recited lessons of foreign lands and strangers' heroes. Iya Adesela's heart ached as she witnessed her own grandchildren speak less of their heritage and more of a new world that felt so very far from home. In a moment of desperation, Iya Adesela organized a village gathering. She stood under the old Iroko tree, its branches swaying gently, as if in agreement with her resolve. The villagers gathered, hearts beating in unison, a collective pulse of determination. With every chant and song, they rekindled the flames of their faith, binding their spirits together in a powerful reminder of who they were. Even as the colonial forces loomed like dark clouds overhead, the community found strength in unity. But the grip of colonialism tightened with every passing day. The traditions that had once flourished began to fade, slipping away like sand through outstretched fingers. Women, once the keepers of rituals, found themselves relegated to the shadows, their voices stifled by the weight of new expectations. The vibrant colors of their clothing dulled, and the laughter that once echoed through the streets became a mere whisper. The tensions boiled over when a revered priestess, a guardian of Yoruba spirituality, was arrested for conducting a traditional ceremony. The village erupted in protest, a fierce wave of emotions spilling into the streets. Families marched together, chanting hymns to their ancestors, their voices rising in defiance against the iron grip of colonial rule. The clash was not just a physical one, it was a battle for the soul of a people, a fight to reclaim their identity against the onslaught of a foreign culture. As the protest swelled, Iya Adesola's heart raced. She joined her neighbors, chanting alongside them, the rhythm of the drums echoing in her soul. It was a moment of both fear and hope, a pivotal clash of legacies. Would this be the moment when the Yoruba would rise to reclaim their beliefs? Or would they be crushed under the weight of colonial oppression? The colonial powers watched with growing alarm as the spirit of the Yoruba people ignited like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. The strength of their beliefs proved unyielding, a force that refused to be extinguished. Yet in the midst of this turmoil, seeds of change took root. With the emergence of new cultural expressions, music, art, and literature that blended Yoruba traditions with colonial influences, something beautiful began to emerge from the chaos. Iya Adesola felt a flicker of hope. In the face of adversity, the Yoruba spirit was evolving, bending, but not breaking. New generations began to reclaim their identity, finding ways to weave the old into the new, crafting a tapestry of beliefs and practices that honored the past while embracing the present. The sun set behind the horizon as the village stood united, a powerful testament to the enduring strength of their heritage. In this moment, the battle was not just for survival. It was a celebration of resilience, a promise that the essence of Yoruba beliefs would survive against all odds. Yet, even as the winds of change blew, questions lingered in the air. What would be lost in the process, and what new traditions might arise from the ashes of the old? The night air was thick with the scent of smoke and spices, mingling with the distant sounds of laughter and drums that echoed through the streets of a vibrant city. Underneath a sky speckled with stars, a man named Olumide stood at a crossroads, feeling the weight of centuries on his shoulders. He clutched a small, intricately carved figure, a representation of Eshu, the trickster god, whose stories had traveled with his ancestors across the vast Atlantic. The rhythm of the drums called to him, awakening something deep within, a connection to a world far removed, yet intimately familiar. Yoruba mythology spread like wildfire as African slaves journeyed across oceans, carrying not just their bodies, but their souls, traditions, and stories. The resilience of these stories, echoing through generations, transcended the barriers of language and geography. In the bustling streets of Brazil, Cuba, and Trinidad, Yoruba deities transformed into new forms. Ogun became a protector of the metalworkers and warriors, while Oshun turned into the goddess of love and fertility, celebrated in vibrant festivals, filled with dance and song. In the dim light of a candlelit room in Salvador, a group of worshippers gathered, their voices rising in a haunting chant. Each note was a testament to the struggles and triumphs of their ancestors who had faced unimaginable odds, yet refused to let go of their heritage. They invoked the names of the gods, their breaths mingling in a fervent prayer that spanned continents and centuries. The air crackled with energy as they felt the presence of the Orishas, the divine spirits who guided them through life's challenges. As tales of the Orishas spread, they became symbols of resistance and hope. In the shadows of the sugar plantations, enslaved Africans whispered stories of their gods, weaving them into the fabric of their daily lives. These stories were not mere distractions. They were lifelines, connecting them to their roots and reminding them of their worth in a world that sought to dehumanize them. The essence of Yoruba mythology thrived, adapting yet remaining unbroken, a testament to the indomitable spirit of its people. In New Orleans, the air hummed with the pulse of the city. A vibrant mix of cultures came together as voodoo ceremonies celebrated the strong ties between African traditions and those of the indigenous peoples and European settlers. At the center of it all was the figure of Erzuli, her presence, a blend of Oshun's beauty and strength. She embodied love, but also the fierce fire of womanhood, empowering those who sought her guidance. The spirits swirled around the practitioners as they danced and invoked the Orishas, feeling the rhythm of life within them. Across the Caribbean, the echoes of Yoruba mythology resonated in every corner. The drums of the Santeria ceremonies in Cuba spoke of ancient tales, merging with the New World to create a unique spiritual tapestry. Bata drums beat in a synchronized harmony that reached into the depths of the soul, summoning the Orishas to join the living in celebration. In streets where the sun cast golden hues on laughter-filled faces, the spirit of the Yoruba people thrived, refusing to be diminished by time or tyranny. Meanwhile, in the cold, gray streets of London, a distant pulse could be felt among the diaspora. A small community gathered in an unassuming building, their voices rising and intertwining, echoing the history of their people. They spoke Yoruba, the language rolling off their tongues like a river of memories. As they recalled tales of the Orishas, their hearts beat in unison with those who had come before them, a link forged through time and struggle. The room glowed with the warmth of candles, illuminating faces etched with both sorrow and joy, each person a living testament to survival. Amidst the struggles of assimilation, Yoruba mythology remained a beacon of identity, a reminder of the ancestors who had faced unimaginable pain, yet retained their spirit. The stories of Olokun, the goddess of the sea, whispered across the waves, reminding them of the depths from which they had emerged. The ocean, a vast expanse, became a symbol of both separation and connection, a bridge linking the past to the present. In a small cafe in Lagos, the echoes of those distant lands could be felt through the voices of storytellers sharing their craft. Patrons leaned in closer, eyes wide with anticipation as they spoke of the Orishas, their narratives filled with drama, humor, and profound wisdom. Laughter erupted as they recounted tales of Eshu's tricks, his cleverness a reminder of the importance of wit in adversity. The cafe buzzed with energy, each story a thread weaving the diaspora together, binding them in a shared legacy. As Olumide walked through the vibrant streets, he felt the rhythm of life pulsating around him. His heart swelled with pride, knowing that he was part of something greater, a vast interconnected web of cultures that transcended barriers. The stories that had traveled across oceans were alive within him, and he wasn't just a custodian of these tales, he was their continuation. Yet the shadows of history lingered, a stark reminder of the pain that had shaped this journey. The scars of colonization and slavery remained etched in the fabric of society. But even amidst the anguish, the tenacity of the Yoruba spirit shone through. Ceremonies became acts of defiance, celebrations of life amidst suffering. Where the essence of the Orishas was invoked, to empower and inspire. All around him, the pulse of Yoruba mythology resonated. In the laughter of children playing in the streets, the songs sung on the balmy nights, and the rituals that honored their ancestors, he felt a surge of hope. The stories were reminders that they were not alone. They were part of a legacy that stretched back through time, a tapestry woven with threads of resilience, love, and spirituality. As Olumide raised the figure of Eshu to the sky, the drums began to beat louder, echoing through the streets and into the hearts of all who heard them. Each beat was a heartbeat of history, a reminder that the journey was far from over. The rhythm called to them, urging them to remember, to celebrate, and to carry forth the stories that had transcended oceans. And as the night deepened, a new chapter was about to unfold, one that would further intertwine the lives of those separated by distance, but united by spirit. In a village where the sun paints the earth in hues of gold and shadows dance to the whispers of ancient trees, a storyteller stands at the heart of a gathering. His voice rises, weaving a tapestry of myths and legends that echo through generations. The villagers, young and old, lean closer, their breaths mingling with the earthy scent of the soil, eager for tales that pulse with the essence of their ancestors. This is where the legacy of Yoruba beliefs breathes life into the very fabric of existence, a rich vein that pulses with stories of gods, spirits, and human struggles. The Yoruba tradition is nothing short of mesmerizing, a kaleidoscope of deities, each with their own complexities and stories that mirror the human experience. Among them stands Obatala, the wise and compassionate creator, whose gentle hands mold the world and its inhabitants. The villagers remember the tale of how he descended from the heavens, bringing forth light from darkness, his fingers dancing through the void, shaping mountains and rivers with a tender touch. The moments of creation resonate through the generations, sparking a sense of belonging and reverence for the earth beneath their feet. As the storyteller's voice rises and falls, it carries the echoes of Orunmila, the god of wisdom and divination. His followers, draped in vibrant cloth, seek his guidance in times of uncertainty, clinging to the belief that their destinies are intertwined with the divine. The villagers know of the sacred Ifa oracle, a bridge between the seen and unseen, where the wisdom of the ancestors flows like a river, guiding every decision from the mundane to the monumental. It is here that the threads of fate intertwine, a dance of choice and consequence revealing the beauty of life's unpredictability. But the tale takes a darker turn as the tension rises, for not all spirits are benevolent. The haunting figure of Esu, the trickster god, emerges, cloaked in mystery and mischief. He is the guardian of fate, a reminder that life is not merely a straight path, but a winding road filled with surprises. Fear dances through the crowd as they recount the tales of Isu's cunning, his laughter echoing in the shadows as he tests the hearts of both men and gods. The storyteller's voice quivers with excitement, capturing the collective breath of the villagers, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the unfolding drama. Yet, the Yoruba belief system is more than just a series of tales. It is a profound understanding of the world, where nature and humanity are intertwined. The sacredness of the land resonates deeply within their hearts. The rivers, mountains, and forests are not merely seen as resources, but as living entities, each with their own spirit and story. The villagers honor the earth through rituals and offerings, expressing gratitude for the bounty it provides. The storyteller's words weave through the crowd, igniting a sense of responsibility, a call to protect the very essence of their existence. Across the vast continent of Africa, other traditions echo similar themes, each unique yet strikingly familiar. The spirits of the Maasai resonate through the grasslands of East Africa, where warriors sing praises to Enkai, the god of rain and fertility. The rhythm of their songs is a heartbeat, pulsing with the life force of cattle and crops. The villagers listen intently, the stories of courage and sacrifice mingling with the air, drawing parallels to their own lives as they navigate the complexities of existence. In the south, the Zulu culture unfolds with tales of Unkulunkulu, the first man, whose journey from the reeds of the river gives birth to humanity. The villagers speak of their ancestors with a fire in their eyes, recounting how they faced adversity with resilience, their spirits entwined with the land they call home. As the stories flow, threads of connection emerge, binding the Yoruba beliefs to the broader tapestry of African mythology. Each tradition, a unique note in a symphony of human experience. As the sun dips low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the gathering, the storyteller shifts the tone, weaving in the poignant tales of love and loss, of betrayal and redemption. The villagers feel their hearts swell with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes as they remember the lessons embedded in their folklore. The stories speak of humanity's flaws and triumphs, a reminder that every heart carries the weight of its own struggles. The rhythms of the past echo in the present, a continuous loop of stories that transcend time. The Yoruba traditions intertwine seamlessly with those of the Akan, the Dogon, and the Himba, each uniquely captivating, yet threaded with universal truths. The gathering becomes a sacred space where the lines between the past and present blur, and the spirits of ancestors seem to whisper through the leaves, urging the villagers to carry their stories forward. The storyteller pauses for a moment, allowing his words to linger in the air, like the scent of jasmine on a warm night. The villagers, entranced and breathless, lean in closer. They can almost feel the presence of their ancestors standing beside them, watching as the fires of their traditions continue to burn brightly. The tension builds, an electric current of anticipation, as the storyteller prepares to unfold the next chapter of this ancient narrative, one that will echo on for generations to come. The night holds its breath, waiting for the tale to continue, for the stories to weave a deeper connection between the past, present, and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Underneath the vibrant hues of life, whispers of the past linger in the air, softly threading through the fabric of the modern world. The echoes of Yoruba mythology stand tall, their influence reaching into the hearts of contemporary culture, igniting creativity and sparking the imagination. On bustling city streets or in the quiet corners of living rooms, tales of gods and spirits dance like shadows, waiting to grip the unsuspecting soul with a mixture of wonder and fear. The ancient gods of the Yoruba people, Obatala, the father of all, with his pure white robes, Oya, fierce and tempestuous, commanding the winds, and the trickster Eshu, whose laughter echoes through time, have not faded into obscurity. Instead, they burst forth in colorful bursts, painting the canvas of literature, music, and film. This is a tapestry woven with threads of history and myth, vibrant and alive. Consider the powerful imagery of a young artist clutching a paintbrush, her canvas a riot of colors. She is inspired by the divine energy of Oshun, the goddess of love and fertility, who flows like honey, sweet and alluring. With each stroke, she channels Oshun's spirit, capturing the essence of her grace and strength. The artist's work reflects not just her admiration for the goddess, but also a deep yearning to connect with her roots, to infuse her identity with the magic that has endured through centuries. Each hue is a prayer, each line a story, and the artwork becomes a bridge between the ancient and the modern. Then there are the filmmakers, who give life to tales that were once whispered under the cover of night. In darkened theaters, audiences are transported to realms where gods walk among men. The screen flickers with vibrant visuals of Yoruba deities, their interactions ripe with drama and emotion, pulling viewers into a world where the spiritual and the earthly collide. The haunting melodies of traditional Yoruba music accompany these tales, wrapping around the audience like an embrace, stirring both nostalgia and excitement. With every explosion of color and sound, the ancient stories come alive, reminding all who watch that these myths are not merely relics of the past, but alive, breathing entities that shape our present. In literature, the written word dances with vigor. Authors weave Yoruba mythology into their narratives, crafting characters that resonate across generations. Readers find themselves captivated by stories where characters wield the powers of the gods, fighting against the tides of fate, love, and loss. A protagonist might call upon the strength of Ogun, god of iron and war, as she navigates the struggles of life in a modern city. Each chapter pulsates with energy, linking the reader's heart to a lineage that spans centuries. The ancient myths become a lens through which contemporary struggles are understood, capturing the essence of what it means to be human. The rhythms of Yoruba mythology thrum in the music scene as well. Artists draw from the rich well of stories, fusing traditional sounds with modern beats. In every lyric, there is a pulse of the old world, a nod to the ancestors who danced under the moonlight, telling tales that shaped their very existence. Young performers channel the spirit of Sango, the god of thunder, turning their bodies into instruments of expression, electrifying their audiences with a force that feels primal and unyielding. The air buzzes with magic, the essence of the gods alive in every note. Street art, too, flourishes with symbols of Yoruba mythology. Murals painted on urban walls tell stories of the Orishas, celebrating their attributes and transforming mundane spaces into galleries of reverence. A passerby might stop, entranced by a vibrant depiction of Oya, wielding her fierce winds, her hair flowing like the storm. It's a reminder of the power that lies within and around them, calling for respect and recognition of the forces that guide everyday life. Each brushstroke speaks to the collective memory of the Yoruba people, a reminder that their rich heritage lives on, painted boldly against the backdrop of modernity. Yet amidst this celebration, there also lies a tension, a clash between old beliefs and new realities. Some may argue that these stories are being diluted, transformed into mere entertainment, losing their sacred essence. Amid the neon lights and commercialism, the heart of the mythology must fight to remain intact. As stories are reimagined for mass consumption, questions arise. Are the original meanings preserved, or do they dissipate into the ether of modern culture? The guardians of tradition watch closely, their hearts heavy with hope and concern, longing for the balance between honoring the past and embracing the future. The spirit of the Yoruba gods compels the creators to navigate this delicate dance. Each artist, writer, and musician becomes a custodian of history, tasked with a profound responsibility to share the stories of their ancestors while keeping the essence alive. With each creation, they weave threads of hope, resilience, and identity, crafting a narrative that pulls the viewer deeper, creating an insatiable desire to understand and connect. In the echoes of the past, the Yoruba deities stand as enduring symbols of strength and complexity, their influence rippling through the fabric of contemporary life. The stories of love and conflict, of creation and destruction, pulse through the veins of modern society, waiting to be awakened with every new creation. As the lines between the ancient and modern blur, the myths thrive, their power untouched by time, yet ever more relevant to those who seek connection in a fast-paced world. Every heartbeat, every whisper, every creation carries the weight of history and the promise of eternity, ensnaring all who dare to listen. The tales continue, weaving through the lives of the young and old, their roots deeply planted in the rich soil of Yoruba tradition as they prepare to bloom in the uncharted territories of the future. The dance of mythology and culture spins on, creating a tapestry that binds generations, echoing with the laughter of gods and the dreams of humanity, forever intertwined. Under the thick canopy of a twilight sky, the warm glow of firelight flickered against the faces of a gathered community. Laughter intertwined with the crackling of flames as elders recounted tales woven into the very fabric of Yoruba existence. Each word was thick with life. Each story a thread connecting the past to the present, binding every listener closer to their roots. This was not just storytelling. It was a heartbeat, a pulse that resonated within each soul present. Mythology, in Yoruba culture, thrummed like an ancient drum, echoing through time and space, shaping identities and forging bonds. It whispered the names of gods and goddesses: Ogun, the fierce warrior of iron; Yemoja, the nurturing mother of rivers; and Shango, the vibrant embodiment of thunder and fire. These figures were more than mere characters in tales. They were the very essence of community, embodying values, beliefs, and the struggles and joys of everyday life. As the stories unfolded, eyes widened and hearts raced. Tales of creation resonated deeply. The story of how Olodumare, the supreme being, crafted the world with a mere thought. From his imagination sprang the earth, the rivers, and every living creature. This was a narrative that instilled a sense of belonging, a reminder that each individual was part of something greater, something divine. In those moments, every listener felt an unbreakable connection to their ancestors, a lineage that transcended generations. But the tales were not just about the gods. They were mirrors reflecting the human condition. Stories of tricksters like Eshu, the clever messenger who danced between the worlds of the divine and the mortal, revealed lessons about wisdom, mischief, and the balance of life. Through Eshu's antics, the community learned to navigate their own complexities, to find humor in struggles, and to embrace the unpredictability of existence. The laughter around the fire was not just joy. It was the echo of resilience, the strength found in community, and the importance of understanding one's place in the tapestry of life. Yet beneath the laughter, there was an undercurrent of tension, a reminder of the shadows that loomed over Yoruba history. The stories also spoke of conflict, of the brutal transatlantic slave trade that ripped families apart and stripped away identities. Each tale of loss was heavy, a weight that pressed down on the collective heart of the Yoruba people. The mythology served as a reminder of survival, of an unyielding spirit that refused to be extinguished. From the ashes of despair, hope was reborn, and the stories became weapons against erasure. In the quiet moments, when the fire died down to glowing embers, the community shared ancestral prayers, calling upon the Orishas for guidance and strength. These rituals were more than mere tradition. They were lifelines, an affirmation of existence, and a testament to resilience. Through songs and chants, the people summoned the spirits of their ancestors, their voices intertwining in a tapestry of faith and unity. Each aize echoed like thunder, affirming the potency of their words, the reality of their beliefs. The rituals connected individuals not just to the divine, but to each other. The community gathered around the same stories, the same struggles, and the same hopes, breathing life into a shared identity. In moments of joy, they celebrated together. In sorrow, they grieved as one. The mythology was a balm for wounds both old and new, a reminder that no one faced their battles alone. As night deepened, the fire blazed back to life, illuminating faces filled with reverence and determination. The stories of triumph surged forward, of Yoruba warriors who fought against forces that sought to erase their identity. Tales of unity, of clans banding together in the face of oppression, painted a picture of strength. Mythology became a rallying cry, a source of courage that pushed communities to strive for freedom and dignity. Years passed, and the world changed. But the foundation laid by these myths remained unshaken. From Nigeria to the diaspora, the heartbeat of Yoruba identity pulsed with every recitation of ancient tales. In distant lands, where shadows of their past lingered, Yoruba people gathered in living rooms and community centers, their voices rising in song, echoing the same history shared by their ancestors. Through the ages, the mythology adapted, absorbing new influences while retaining its core essence. Each generation added their unique layer to the stories, creating a living tapestry that evolved while firmly rooted in tradition. The tales of old merged with the experiences of the present, forging a new understanding of identity that embraced both heritage and contemporary struggles. In this vibrant exchange, the mythology became a map for navigating modern challenges. Young people, burdened with the weight of the world, found solace in the stories of resilience that had been passed down through time. The tales offered guidance in their own battles, showing them that they were not alone. Each retelling reinforced the strength of the community, an unbreakable bond that echoed through the ages. But with the passing of time, questions arose. How do the stories evolve in a rapidly changing world? How do they continue to unite a community that spans continents, cultures, and experiences? As these thoughts floated in the air, another round of stories began, igniting a fire of curiosity and anticipation among the listeners. The flames flickered, casting shadows that danced like spirits, each one a reminder of the strength found in stories and the identity that bound them all. In this moment, the child of the community looked up, wide-eyed with wonder, as tales of the past wove seamlessly into dreams of the future. With every story shared, the timeless cycle of Yoruba mythology breathed life into the present, ensuring that the essence of who they were would never be lost. Underneath the vast African sky, the gentle rustling of palm fronds creates a symphony, as whispers of ancient knowledge flow through the air, like smoke from a sacred fire. In the Yoruba culture, spirituality is woven into the very fabric of existence, where healing transcends mere physical ailments, reaching deep into the soul. Here, every breeze carries the echo of ancestors, and every heartbeat resonates with a timeless connection to the divine. In a small village, an elderly woman named Mama Ifi, known for her wisdom and healing hands, prepared for the evening ritual. The sun dipped low, casting a golden glow over her thatched roof home, as she gathered herbs from her garden. Each leaf, each root had a purpose, a story, passed down through generations. These were not just plants, they were vessels of energy, imbued with the spirit of Orunmila, the deity of wisdom and divination. As she worked, Mama Ife hummed an old tune, a melody that seemed to summon the very spirits of her ancestors, inviting them into her humble abode. The village buzzed with anticipation. Tonight, the community would gather around a sacred tree, the Omo Orun, known for its healing powers. As dusk fell, villagers arrived, eyes glinting with hope and curiosity. They brought with them their aches, their fears, and their dreams, each person drawn to the promise of comfort and restoration. The air thickened with emotion, a blend of longing and faith, the kind of faith that only arises from a deep-rooted understanding of the unseen. With the moon rising like a guardian in the night sky, Mama Ife began the ritual. Her voice rose and fell like the waves of the sea, weaving spells of protection and healing. Olorun, she called, invoking the supreme deity, seeking guidance and blessings. The villagers listened intently, their hearts racing as they connected with something far greater than themselves. In Yoruba spirituality, every prayer is a conversation, a dialogue that reverberates through time and space. Mama Ife's hands glowed with an ethereal light as she chanted, each word a thread, stitching together the cosmic fabric of life. As she moved from one villager to another, her presence was magnetic. She placed her hands gently on a young man who had come seeking relief from a heartbreak that had left him hollow. The moment her fingers brushed his skin, an electric charge pulsed between them, and the air crackled with energy. Moments passed, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the universe, and suddenly, tears streamed down his face. The release was cathartic. It was as if the weight of his sadness was being lifted, piece by piece, under Mama Ife's tender touch. The night deepened, and the fire crackled with life, casting flickering shadows on the faces of those gathered. Stories began to unfold, those of illness, both physical and spiritual, and those of triumph over adversity. Mama Ife's voice rose to meet each tale, her responses a blend of folklore and wisdom that soothed aching hearts. There was a magic in the air, a palpable energy that made the villagers feel alive, connected, and understood. In this sacred circle, they understood that healing was not just about the body, it was about the whole being. Mama Ife taught them how to recognize the signs of spiritual imbalance, how the body's ailments could mirror the unrest within. A cough might signify unexpressed anger, while a headache could represent confusion in life's journey. This understanding was transformative, as it shifted their perception from simply seeking relief to embracing profound self-awareness. As the night wore on, a young woman approached Mama Ife, her eyes filled with uncertainty. She carried a heavy burden, a family feud that threatened to tear her apart from those she loved most. Mama Ife listened intently, nodding as she absorbed the energy of the moment. With every word spoken, it was as if layers of misunderstanding began to peel away, revealing the tender heart beneath. Mama Ife took the young woman's hands into her own, whispering prayers that danced on the wind. The village held its breath, their collective spirit offering support, love, and hope. As the ritual came to a close, Mama Ife turned her gaze towards the stars. "Remember, the universe is always listening," she said, her voice steady and warm. "Every thought, every emotion sends ripples through the cosmos. Nurture your spirit, for it is the compass that guides you." Her words resonated deep within each villager, igniting a spark of reflection on their own lives and the paths they walked. The fire burned low, embers swirling into the night, carrying with them the dreams and prayers of the community. The villagers lingered, reluctant to break the spell of togetherness formed under the watchful gaze of the Omo Orun tree. They shared stories of ancestors who had healed them, who had been their guides amidst life's storms. Each tale was a thread, weaving them closer together, creating a tapestry rich with love, resilience, and hope. In that moment, they understood that healing was a journey, a continuous ebb and flow, marked by the cycles of life. Mama Ife, a bridge between the seen and the unseen, reminded them that they were not alone. The spirits of their ancestors walked beside them, each step taken in tandem with the echoes of history. The magic of Yoruba spirituality was alive and well, a testament to the strength found in community, tradition, and the unbreakable bonds of love that transcended time. With hearts full and spirits soaring, the villagers began to disperse, carrying the warmth of the night within them. But as they stepped into the cool darkness, Mama Eve called out one last time. "Remember," she said, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "Healing takes time. Be gentle with yourselves, for every wound has its own rhythm." And as she spoke, the winds swirled once more, carrying her words like a sacred mantra into the universe, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of those who dared to believe. Under the soft glow of a fading sun, a Yoruba storyteller stands before an eager audience, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. With each word that spills from their lips, the air thickens with magic, echoing with the rhythm of ancient drums and the whisper of spirits long past. Here, in this sacred space, language transforms into something more than mere communication. It becomes a vessel carrying the weight of history and the light of dreams. In Yoruba culture, the tales of gods and mortals are woven with intricate threads of symbolism. The trickster god Eshu, for instance, is not just a mischievous spirit. He is the embodiment of duality, reminding listeners that every story has multiple sides, just as life itself does. His antics, a misunderstanding here, a twist of fate there, serve as a mirror to human nature, illustrating how choices can lead to vastly different outcomes. The audience, entranced, hangs on every syllable, recognizing reflections of their own lives in the playful dance of Eshu's fate. As the tale unfolds, the storyteller paints a vivid picture of Orunmila, the god of wisdom and divination. He stands tall, cloaked in colors that shimmer like the surface of a river at dawn. Orunmila holds the secrets of the universe in his hands, symbols of wisdom swirling around him like the leaves in a gentle breeze. His stories are not merely lessons, they evoke feelings of hope and despair, illuminating the struggles faced by the community. With each narrative turn, the audience feels the weight of their ancestors' wisdom pressing down upon their hearts, urging them to seek knowledge and understanding. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the storyteller voices the tale of the fierce goddess Oya, the protector of the Niger River. Her presence storms in like a tempest, fierce and unyielding. Oya is the guardian of change, representing the cycles of life and death. With each crack of thunder, she reminds listeners of the power of transformation and the inevitability of loss. The crowd draws closer, their breaths quickening as they sense the fierce energy that Oya embodies. In her stories, they find both fear and inspiration, recognizing that change can be both beautiful and brutal, a necessary force that shapes their destinies. The rhythm of the evening ebbs and flows, a dance between tranquility and turmoil, as characters like Shango, the god of thunder and fire, ignite the air with tales of passion and power. Shango's heart beats with the drumming of Yoruba warriors, embodying strength and resilience. His stories roil with emotion, filled with loss and victory, igniting a fire in the souls of those who listen. As he battles against darkness, the audience feels the crackle of energy, like lightning dancing in the sky, illuminating the depths of their own struggles against adversity. The storyteller's voice rises and falls, echoing the tempestuous nature of Shango himself, leading the audience through a whirlwind of emotions that binds them together in shared humanity. But it's not just the gods who weave the fabric of Yoruba tales. The ordinary people are equally significant. The tales of the wise old woman, the clever child, and the brave hunter serve as metaphors for the trials and triumphs of everyday life. In these stories, the simple act of gathering around a fire transforms into a profound ritual where wisdom is passed down, lessons are learned, and connections are forged. Every character, with their unique quirks and flaws, embodies truths that resonate deeply within the heart of the community. Laughter breaks through the somber moments, and tears flow freely, binding everyone in a tapestry of shared experiences and emotions. As night falls, the storyteller shifts to the haunting tale of the moon. The majestic celestial body, revered and feared, becomes a symbol of hope. In the darkness, it shines as a beacon, guiding lost souls and illuminating the path ahead. The audience listens intently, feeling the delicate balance of fear and comfort that the moon represents. The stories of the moon's cycle reflect the rhythm of life itself: birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. A collective sigh rises from the crowd, acknowledging the fragility of existence, yet feeling emboldened by the knowledge that, like the moon, they too can rise again after every fall. Symbolism flows seamlessly, like a river winding through the landscape of Yoruba life. For instance, the tortoise, often portrayed as slow and deliberate, embodies wisdom and patience. Its journey reminds listeners that haste can lead to mistakes, while careful contemplation can bring clarity. The storyteller's voice softens, inviting the audience to reflect on their own pace of life, urging them to embrace the wisdom that comes with patience and understanding. Yet, amidst the warmth of familiarity, there are moments of tension, stories of betrayal, greed, and the fight for justice. These narratives are not just tales of the gods, but mirror the struggles of the community, illustrating the very real battles fought in the shadows of everyday life. The air thickens as the storyteller recounts the heart-wrenching tale of a hero who rose against tyranny, the passion in their voice igniting a fire of resistance within the listeners. They lean forward, hearts racing, as they feel the weight of injustice on their shoulders, each listener silently pledging to carry the legacy of bravery into their own lives. As the final story draws near, there's a palpable sense of anticipation, a collective breath held in unison. The storyteller weaves together the threads of past tales, creating a dazzling tapestry of wisdom, courage, and love. Each story, a whisper from the ancestors, carries the weight of generations, urging the listeners to remember their roots and honor their journey. A lingering silence fills the air, charged with emotions, an unspoken bond uniting everyone in the sacred space of shared history. And just as the storyteller finishes, the night deepens, promising further adventures, more tales that linger like echoes in the wind. The audience knows that their hearts are forever changed, enriched by the wisdom of the past. As they leave, the stories fold into their lives, intertwining with their dreams and aspirations, waiting to be retold around the fires of the future. The night is alive, and in the shadows, new stories are already waiting to be born, a testament to the unending cycle of life and the power of words to connect us all. The air shimmered with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the earth. In the stories whispered among villagers, women held power that could move mountains and bend rivers. The names of goddesses floated on the lips of children, igniting their imagination and weaving a tapestry of wonder and strength. These were not mere tales. They were lifelines, connecting the past with the present, binding generations through the shared legacy of fierce, remarkable women. In the rich tapestry of Yoruba mythology, the goddess Oshun emerged like a golden sunbeam through the clouds. She was a figure of grace and beauty, her laughter like the tinkling of bells, enchanting all who heard it. A river goddess, Oshun was known for her nurturing nature, often depicted adorned with gold and jewels. Her river, a symbol of fertility and abundance, flowed through the land, nourishing the earth and providing for all. But beneath her gentle exterior lay a storm of power. She could summon floods as easily as she could bring forth life. The stories of Oshun told of her fierce and unyielding spirit. Once, when the other gods faced a famine, it was Oshun who ventured into the depths of the earth to retrieve the lost treasures of the river, risking her life for the sake of her people. Her courage knew no bounds, and her determination became a beacon of hope. The women who gathered at the riverbank would tell tales of her bravery, their eyes shining with admiration. They saw in her the reflection of their own struggles and triumphs. Then there was Yemoja, the mother of all waters. With her arms wide open, she embraced the world, her presence both calming and commanding. The ocean surged with her laughter, and storms raged with her fury. Yemoja was a protector, known to guide sailors safely home. She was the mother figure that every child sought, the fierce guardian who would fight tooth and nail for those she loved. In the quiet corners of the village, her children whispered their secrets to the waves, knowing she listened with compassion. But Yemoja's story was not without shadows. Legends spoke of her grief when her children, the Orisha, turned against each other, battling for power and recognition. The pain of witnessing such strife filled her heart, turning her tears into rivers. Yet, even in her sorrow, she remained resilient. The women who honored her would gather in circles, sharing their own burdens, inspired by her strength to rise despite adversity. Each tale they told became a thread, stitching their experiences together, binding them in sisterhood. The narratives of these goddesses were interwoven with the lives of mortal women who emulated their strength and grace. One such woman was Moremi, a fierce warrior whose life became legend. When her village was besieged by invaders, she sacrificed her freedom to save her people. Moremi's beauty was matched only by her wit, and she was revered for her bravery. She infiltrated the enemy's camp, gathering intelligence that would turn the tide of war. The villagers celebrated her as a savior, her name echoing through the ages as a symbol of resilience and sacrifice. Then there was the tale of Iyalode, the only woman among the elders of her village. Her wisdom outshone that of any man, and her fierce demeanor demanded respect. Iyalode fought for the rights of women, challenging traditions that sought to silence their voices. In her council, she spoke boldly, her words resonating like thunder. The women of her village found their strength reflected in her, no longer willing to remain in the shadows. They rallied around her, igniting a movement that would echo through time, a testament to the power of unity and fortitude. As the sun fell further into the night, the stories of these remarkable women blended into the very fabric of the earth. They were the heartbeat of the Yoruba world, and their legacies were etched in the stars. The women remembered the goddesses and warriors with reverence, understanding that their own lives were part of a larger narrative, one where every struggle, every victory, was woven into the collective memory. The energy in the air was electric, crackling with emotion as the villagers shared their tales around flickering fires. The flames danced, casting erratic shadows that seemed to animate the stories of the goddesses, bringing them to life in the flicker of each ember. The children sat wide-eyed, captivated by the tales of strength and defiance, their imaginations ignited like the flames. Among them was a young girl named Tolu. With dreams that soared higher than the stars, she listened intently to the stories of Oshun and Yemoja, her heart swelling with pride and longing. She imagined herself as a fierce warrior like Moremi, ready to fight for her family and her village. She felt the whispers of Iyalode's wisdom. Each story was a call to action, urging her to embrace her own power and create her own legacy. As the night deepened, Tolu felt a connection to the women of the past, realizing that they were not just figures in stories. They lived on within her and every woman around her. The realization ignited a fire within her soul. The goddesses were not just distant deities. They were part of her lineage, a reminder that she too could be a force of nature, able to shape her own destiny with courage and conviction. Around the flickering firelight, the tales of women intertwined, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and strength. The weight of their history pressed upon Tolu's heart, urging her to honor it, to carry it forward into a world that awaited her. The night swelled with the promise of something greater, the stories of powerful women echoing in her ears, igniting her spirit for the challenges that lay ahead. In the stillness of night, as the stars blinked knowingly above, Tolu closed her eyes and whispered a prayer to the goddesses. She felt their presence surrounding her, wrapping her in a protective embrace. She was one with the women who came before her, and the stories would not end. They would continue, shaping the future one heartbeat at a time. And as the moon rose high, casting silver light upon the earth, the legends would weave into the dawn of a new day, carrying the echoes of fierce women into eternity. There was an air of anticipation in the village of Ife, where stories danced through the evening light like fireflies. Elders gathered under the ancient baobab tree, their faces lined with wisdom and time, as the sun dipped low, merging with the horizon. Children, with eyes wide and hearts pulsing with curiosity, nestled close, eager to absorb the tales that had shaped their ancestors. As the first stars blinked into existence, one elder cleared his throat, and the world held its breath. The stories that followed were not mere entertainments. They carried the weight of existence, woven with threads of morality and lessons that transcended generations. Each tale was a reflection of the Yoruba ethos, a mirror held to the soul of their community. The myths were alive, breathing and pulsating with the essence of humanity. They spoke of gods and humans, of creation and destruction, of love and betrayal, all underscored by a profound ethical framework. A fierce storm once raged over the land, a manifestation of the anger of the god Shango, whose fiery spirit could strike down anything in its path. In the midst of the chaos, a humble farmer named Olatunji found himself torn between survival and duty. His crops lay in peril, yet he knew that if he abandoned his land, he would forsake the spirits who watched over him. The thunder rolled, echoing the turmoil in his heart. Should he save himself or honor the sacred bond he had with the earth? In that moment of despair, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, whispering ancient wisdom. Olatunji remembered the teachings passed down from the elders. Integrity is the root of all virtues. With newfound resolve, he ran into the storm, embracing the fury around him. He tied down what he could, protecting both his harvest and the spirits of his ancestors. When the storm finally passed, the village was astonished not only by the resilience of Olatunji's crops, but by the strength of his spirit. The tale became a testament to the power of duty, a reminder that true strength lies in the choices one makes during the tempest of life. The stories didn't shy away from the darker aspects of humanity. The legend of the trickster god Eshu often sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Eshu, who walked the thin line between chaos and order, could change the course of fate with a mere twist of his foot. His tales were rich with lessons of respect and humility, showing that even in the moments of deceit, there lay an opportunity for growth. One fateful day, he played a trick on a proud chief, leading him to believe he had won a great victory, only to reveal that he had been duped all along. The chief learned that pride could blind one to the truth. Humility, when embraced, can open the path to wisdom. As the night deepened, a hush fell over the crowd, and the elder spoke of Iya Agba, the wise mother of the town. Her love for her children was unmatched, yet she was a strict guardian of moral values. One day she caught her son, Ade, stealing from a neighbor. Instead of harsh punishment, Iya Agba sat him down, her voice soft but firm. "My son, wealth gained through deceit will wither like the leaves in Harmattan." Through her compassionate guidance, she taught Ade the importance of honesty, instilling in him the understanding that true wealth is found in integrity and connection with others. This tale resonated deeply, igniting the hearts of the listeners. They felt the warmth of Iya Agba's love, yet the weight of her lessons settled over them like a gentle shroud of responsibility. The emotions in the air were palpable. They connected the past with the present, reminding everyone of the power of community, of family ties grounded in trust. As the elder continued, the flickering flames cast shadows that danced on the faces of the villagers, each one lost in their reflections. The stories brought them together, binding them with invisible threads of shared experiences and lessons. They understood that each character, whether virtuous or flawed, was a part of their own lives, a reminder that every choice they made echoed through time, shaping not just their destinies, but the very fabric of their community. Then came the story of Olokun, the goddess of the sea, who taught the villagers the importance of balance. Her waters could nourish or destroy, and she reminded them that everything must coexist in harmony. A fisherman named Afolabi learned this the hard way when he caught too many fish in one night, ignoring the whispers of the waves that urged him to respect the limits of the ocean. His greed brought a terrible drought to the village, and as the people suffered, he realized that the sea was not just a provider, but a sacred partner. When he changed his ways, fishing only what was necessary, the waters returned, brimming with life. The elder's words filled the air with an electric energy, a palpable reminder that the teachings of the Yoruba myths were not merely ancient tales, but vibrant lessons for every moment of life. The villagers, now fully enraptured, felt the tension rise and fall like the ebbing tide. each story threading into the next, creating an unbreakable bond of understanding. As the night deepened and the stars shone brighter, the elder's voice softened, yet the intensity in the air was undeniable. The stories seeped deeper into the hearts of the listeners, intertwining with their very beings, urging them to reflect on their own choices, their own lives. The ethical teachings spun around them like a warm embrace, a reminder that they were all part of a larger tapestry, woven together by the choices they made today. And as the last tale was told, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the echoes of laughter and the solemnity of tears. The villagers, united in their shared humanity, felt the weight of their ancestors' wisdom, a legacy that would guide them in their own lives. The elder's voice faded softly, yet the feeling of connection lingered in the air, a promise that the lessons of love, integrity, and respect would forever resonate through the generations. The night was alive with unspoken thoughts and emotions, and as the villagers began to disperse, they carried the stories with them, each heart a vessel for the teachings that would shape their paths forward. They moved from the gathering place, knowing that the echoes of those ancient lessons would forever whisper in their ears, guiding them through the storms and calm seas of life, weaving a narrative that would never truly end. In a village shrouded by the whispering winds of ancient trees, where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the tales of the Yoruba people echoed through time. Beneath the sacred shade of the Iroko tree, elders gathered, their eyes twinkling with the knowledge of generations. Each story they shared was a thread woven into the rich tapestry of their culture, a tapestry that bore the weight of moral lessons, virtues, and the unyielding spirit of humanity. One such tale often told was that of the cunning tortoise, known as Ijapa. Known for his cleverness, Ijapa was both loved and loathed in the village. His stories were filled with laughter and mischief, but they always carried a deeper meaning. On a day bright with promise, Ijapa devised a plan to trick the other animals into believing he could summon rain. He promised a feast, a grand display of food, if they would only bring him their best offerings. With glimmering eyes, the animals gathered, each carrying a treasure, yams, fruits, and the richest honey. Ijapa's heart raced with excitement, but little did they know, he had no magic to call upon. As the animals waited, the sky above remained clear, mocking their faith in Ijapa's false promises. Hours turned into long minutes, and the tension began to rise. The once cheerful chatter faded into murmurs of disappointment. Ijapa, realizing his trick had gone too far, felt a pang of guilt. The laughter faded, replaced by murmurs of deceit. When the truth unveiled itself, Ijapa learned the hard way that deceit might bring temporary gain, but it erodes trust, a lesson etched deeply into the hearts of those who heard the tale. In another village, where shadows danced under the moonlight, there lived a beautiful woman named Yamoja, the goddess of the Ogun River. She was revered for her nurturing spirit, but her heart was heavy with the sorrow of ungratefulness. One moonlit night, the villagers gathered to offer their gratitude for the blessings Yamoja bestowed upon them: bountiful harvests, health, and protection. As they sang songs of praise, a group of young men, blinded by pride and arrogance, mocked the goddess, believing they did not need her gifts. Yamoja, with tears in her eyes, decided to teach them a lesson. She sent a wave crashing down from the river, sweeping through the village. The water filled the homes, carrying away the very things the villagers had taken for granted. In moments, the men who had laughed found themselves struggling against the current, fighting to save what was left of their belongings. As the storm subsided, the villagers knelt in the muddy remnants of their homes, realizing that gratitude is not just an act of worship, but a way of life. They cried out to Yemoja, their voices trembling with remorse, and the goddess, with a heart full of love, returned to them, bringing solace and the promise of renewal. It was a profound lesson, the importance of recognizing the gifts life offers before they slip away. Then there was the tale of Orunmila, the wise oracle. Known for his unmatched wisdom, Orunmila understood the threads of fate that wove through every action and decision. One day, a young man approached him, desperate to know the secret to wealth and success. Orunmila smiled gently, his eyes glistening like morning dew. "To receive, one must give," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The young man, eager for riches, scoffed at the idea. He wanted to hear about shortcuts, about tricks to outsmart the world. Frustrated, he left Orunmila's hut, seeking instead the advice of those who promised easy paths to fortune. Days turned into weeks, and the young man's ambition led him down dark alleys and treacherous deals where he found nothing but sorrow and betrayal. In his quest for wealth without the foundation of generosity, he lost friends and found only emptiness. It was only when he returned to Orunmila, broken and despaired, that he understood the meaning of true wealth. "You have to sow before you can reap," Orunmila reminded him. With tears of humility, the young man began to give, sharing what little he had with others. Slowly, as if the universe had shifted, blessings began to flow back to him, not just in riches, but in friendships and love. In the whispers of these stories lay profound truths that resonated with every listener. The myths of the Yoruba people were never just tales. They were mirrors reflecting the essence of humanity. Each story carried a heartbeat, a pulse that throbbed with the experiences of life, the joy, the pain, the lessons learned through trials and triumphs. As the elders' voices faded into the night, the villagers remained wrapped in the warmth of the stories, their hearts ignited by the lessons learned. With each tale, they felt the weight of their ancestors upon their shoulders, urging them to embody the virtues of honesty, gratitude, and generosity. The shadows of the past danced with the flickering flames, reminding everyone that they were part of a larger story, a story that transcended time. In the gathering dusk, beneath the shimmering stars, the villagers carried these lessons into their lives, sharing them with their children, ensuring that the moral compass of their culture would continue to shine bright. The cycle of tales would never truly end, for as long as there were hearts to listen and souls to learn, the myths of the Yoruba people would breathe life into the very fabric of existence. And as the elders spoke, the echoes of the past intertwined with the hopes of the future, weaving a narrative that would never lose its power, an eternal flame of wisdom that flickered in the hearts of all who believed. Under the vast African sky, where the sun kisses the land and shadows dance with the winds, the stories of the Yoruba people twist and turn, weaving a tapestry rich with the threads of time. In this world, the Orishas, powerful deities like Shango, the god of thunder, and Oshun, the goddess of love and fertility, are not mere figures of folklore. They are alive, vibrant, and influential, reaching far beyond the borders of their origin, gripping the hearts of countless souls across the globe. As the tales of these deities traveled, they carried with them an essence that was uncontainable, igniting the imagination and shaping faith. The echoes of Yoruba mythology have resonated in the most unexpected places, leaving an indelible mark on other religions. Each Orisha brings forth a world of attributes, emotions, and life lessons that resonate across cultures, whispering ancient wisdom into the ears of those willing to listen. In Brazil, during the 19th century, a powerful movement began to unfold. The enslaved Yoruba people, ripped from their homeland, brought their beliefs with them, though the world around them sought to stifle their voices. Yet, like the resilient roots of a baobab tree, these beliefs took hold. Candomblé emerged, a syncretic religion that intertwined Yoruba deities with Catholic saints. Whether it was the fierce Shango, transforming into Saint Barbara, wielding a sword rather than a thunderbolt, or the nurturing ocean becoming Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception. The Yoruba gods found footing in a foreign land, their spirits undeterred by oppression. The vibrant festivals of Candomblé are a sight to behold, filled with rhythm, color, and joy, where the drumming beats pulse like a heartbeat, inviting the divine into the midst of the living. Participants adorn themselves with brilliant fabrics, and the air is thick with the scent of offerings, fruits, flowers, and sacred items. In that electric atmosphere, the Orishas dance through the bodies of their devotees, bridging the gap between earth and the sacred. Each clap of hands and stomp of feet reverberates with history, with the cries of ancestors who refused to be forgotten. Meanwhile, in Cuba, the story continues. The Yoruba influence birthed Santeria, where the Orishas again slipped into the fold of Catholicism. The saints became vessels, disguising the Yoruba deities to protect their essence from a world that feared their power. Each ritual, an intricate ballet of respect and reverence, invites the Orishas to bless the living with wisdom, healing, and guidance. The vibrant ceremonies burst forth with drumming that seems to awaken the spirits of the ancients, and the air crackles with energy. The people, adorned with amulets and sacred symbols, channel the divine energies, feeling the weight of history and the pulse of their heritage in every prayer. Across the Atlantic, in the heart of North America, Yoruba mythology's presence can be felt within the spiritual practices of the African diaspora. In places where traditions blend, the stories of the Orishas resonate with those seeking to reconnect with their roots. They become a beacon of hope and identity, a reminder of strength and resilience amid the struggles of existence. In rituals led by African American communities, the essence of Yoruba traditions thrives, intertwining with elements of Christianity and indigenous beliefs, creating a rich mosaic of spirituality. As the sun sets and the world hushes, candle flames flicker in homes as prayers rise like smoke. Carrying dreams and desires to the heavens, Orishas are called upon, their names spoken with reverence, invoking their protection and blessings. In this sacred space, the unseen becomes tangible, and the line between the material and spiritual blurs. The connection to the divine is palpable, a bond forged in centuries of heritage and longing. Yet, the influence of Yoruba mythology does not remain confined to the Americas. Even in the realm of modern religions, one can trace the delicate fingerprints of Yoruba beliefs. If you listen closely, you may find echoes of the Orishas in the teachings of New Age spirituality, where the concepts of energy, healing, and nature align with the ancient wisdom of the Yoruba. The idea of balance, of maintaining harmony within oneself and with the world, parallels the teachings of the Orishas, who govern various aspects of life and encourage a symbiotic relationship with the universe. In the complex mosaic of global spirituality, Yoruba mythology stands out, a vibrant thread that refuses to fade. Its influence flows into art, literature, and music, all bearing the mark of its rich history. In the songs sung across the world, one can hear the heartbeat of Yoruba rhythms, pulsating through the fabric of life, connecting generations with their ancestors. Yet, amidst all this intermingling, the essence of Yoruba mythology remains fiercely intact. It is not merely borrowed or diluted, but rather celebrated and transformed. Each adoption, each adaptation, breathes new life into the ancient stories, allowing them to thrive in new environments while maintaining their core essence. The Orishas continue to guide and protect, transcending geographical boundaries and cultural barriers. In every corner of the globe, the tales of Yoruba mythology linger, beckoning those who seek connection, identity, and understanding. This enduring influence defies time and space, igniting the passions of countless souls yearning for something greater. Like a well of water that springs forth in the desert, the stories of the Orishas offer solace and strength to those who dare to believe. As the sky darkens and stars twinkle in the night, the shadows of the Orishas dance once more, whispering secrets to the winds. Their influence is woven into the fabric of humanity itself, a reminder that the ties of belief and spirituality transcend the limitations of time and space, ever resonating within the hearts of those who choose to listen. The journey of Yoruba mythology continues, its powerful legacy forever intertwined with the stories and beliefs of countless others, echoing through the ages like a heartbeat that refuses to be silenced. Under the warm glow of a fading sunset, a grandmother sat in the corner of a bustling marketplace, her weathered hands weaving colorful beads into intricate patterns. Around her, the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air, mingling with the distant rhythm of drums. Children, with eyes wide and curious, gathered close, their faces illuminated by the stories that danced on the old woman's lips. Each myth she shared was a thread, binding the past to the present, linking generations in a fabric of shared beliefs and experiences. Yoruba myths, rich and vibrant, pulsed with life even in the modern world. They were not mere stories from a forgotten time. They were the very heartbeat of a culture that refused to fade away. Olokun, the revered god of the sea, still commanded respect, while tales of the trickster spider, Anansi, fluttered like leaves in the wind, reminding every listener of the wisdom hidden within mischief. The air was thick with anticipation as the children leaned in closer, eyes gleaming with excitement, each tale sparking a fire in their imaginations. In the shadow of skyscrapers and bustling streets, the Yoruba people clung fiercely to their heritage. Community gatherings transformed into vibrant festivals where masks of gods and goddesses danced under a canopy of stars. Drummers drummed, and the echoes of ancient rhythms merged with contemporary beats, creating a sound that resonated deeply in the souls of those who listened. It was a blend of old and new, a fusion of history and modernity that held the weight of ancestry while embracing the freedom of expression. In homes adorned with pictures of ancestors and symbols of faith, families gathered to celebrate their traditions. The evenings were filled with the rich aroma of jollof rice simmering on the stove, while laughter and storytelling created an atmosphere of warmth. Elders shared tales of the Orishas, the divine spirits that governed the elements and guided the lives of the people. The stories were not just entertainment, they were lessons, cautionary tales, wrapped in the fabric of myth. In every verse, there was a reminder of the values of respect, resilience, and community that the Yoruba people held dear. Yet, as the world rushed forward, there were whispers of worry. Some feared that the encroaching shadows of globalization would swallow these sacred tales, reducing them to mere footnotes in a fast-paced digital age. But in the dim corners of the marketplace, a flicker of hope endured. Youth with smartphones in hand recorded the stories told by the elders, preserving them in the digital landscape. Social media platforms became vibrant galleries for artists, poets, and storytellers, fueling a renaissance of Yoruba culture that burned brightly against the starkness of modernity. One such artist, Ayo, stood amidst the chaos of the city, paintbrush in hand, transforming blank canvases into vivid murals that told the stories of his ancestors. Each stroke whispered the names of gods, the essence of creation, and the struggles of his people. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, captivated by the colors and tales that leaped from the walls. Ayo's art was a bridge, connecting the past to the present, reminding everyone of the strength found in unity and the beauty in their shared history. Meanwhile, young musicians wove traditional Yoruba instruments, like the talking drum, into their melodic compositions, creating songs that paid homage to their roots while inviting contemporary rhythms. Each note resonated with the stories of their forebears, echoing the lessons of love, loss, and triumph. The clubs and stages became sanctuaries where old myths found new life, where the crowd danced not just to the beat, but to the stories that pulsated through the music. In the quiet corners of community centers, workshops flourished. Here, the elders became teachers, sharing the intricacies of Yoruba folklore with younger generations. A little girl named Tola sat wide-eyed, absorbing every word. She learned the importance of Isu, the deity of fate and chance, and how decisions shaped destinies. Tola clutched her notebook, determined to write her own stories, her own myths, and in that moment, she became a part of an ancient tradition that would be passed down through time. As the sun set on another day, a tapestry of hope and resilience unfurled. Yoruba myths were not just stories, they were a lifeline, binding the present to the past. The community buzzed with life, a testament to the strength of cultural identity that refused to be silenced. Each whispered tale, each drumming beat, echoed a promise that the essence of Yoruba culture would live on, woven into the fabric of modern society, transforming and adapting, yet eternally rooted in its rich history. In a nearby home, a family gathered around to celebrate the New Yam Festival, where gratitude for the earth's bounty was expressed through song, dance, and the sharing of meals. The air was thick with the scent of roasted yams, and laughter flowed as easily as the palm wine. The elders recounted the ancient tales of how the first yam was discovered, how it fed their ancestors and sustained their community. Those stories were not merely entertainment. They were the very essence of Yoruba life, capturing the heart and soul of who they were. As the festivities continued, a soft wind rustled the leaves outside, carrying with it the echoes of ancestors long gone. Somewhere, deep within the fabric of the night, the spirits listened. They smiled upon the living, knowing that the tales they had woven through time remained vibrant and alive. The preservation of Yoruba myths surged through the veins of the community, relentless and fierce, lighting a path forward that was illuminated by the wisdom of the past and the hopes of the future. And so, the stories continued, like ripples in a pond, each one touching another, creating waves of connection that spanned generations. The children, the youth, the elders, all played their part in this intricate dance of preservation. For in the world they inhabited, the myths were not just remnants of a bygone era. They were the very foundation of their identity, a beacon guiding them through the complexities of modern life, reminding them of who they were and where they came from. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow across the bustling village of Osogbo. Laughter and chatter filled the air as children raced through the streets, their joyous cries echoing against the mud brick houses adorned with vibrant murals. But in the center of this lively scene, an old man sat beneath the shade of a large, gnarled tree, his presence quietly commanding. Elder Adebayo, with his weathered skin and wise eyes, was a living archive of stories, the heartbeat of the community. As dusk began to settle, villagers gathered around him, drawn by an invisible thread of connection, the timeless allure of storytelling. This was no ordinary evening. It was a sacred moment when time seemed to hold its breath, and all that existed was the flickering light of lanterns and the hushed anticipation of listeners. The elders, revered as the custodians of culture, held a power that was both profound and simple. They embodied the wisdom of generations, a bridge between the past and the present, weaving tales that shaped the identity of the Yoruba people. Adebayo cleared his throat, the air thick with expectation. His voice, though aged and soft, was rich with authority as he began to share a tale passed down through countless sunsets. It was a story of Orunmila, the god of wisdom, who once walked the earth among humans. Adebayo's words painted vivid images of ancient times when gods and mortals intertwined, dancing in the realms of possibility. Each phrase lingered in the air, embracing the listeners like a warm shawl on a cold night. The children leaned closer, their eyes wide with wonder, while the adults shifted, transported back to their childhoods. As he spoke, the breeze rustled the leaves above, as if the spirits of ancestors listened too, nodding in approval. Adebayo's storytelling was not merely entertainment. It was a powerful medium for preserving history, teaching morals, and instilling values. In Yoruba culture, stories are the lifeblood of the community, carrying the weight of ancestral knowledge and the essence of what it means to be human. They connected the present with the past, ensuring that lessons learned did not fade into oblivion. The elders, with their deep-rooted wisdom, were not just storytellers. They were guardians of identity. In a world that constantly evolved, where modernity threatened to overshadow tradition, they stood firm, like ancient trees whose roots ran deep. They reminded the young of their heritage, weaving in tales of bravery, love, and sacrifice. Each story was a thread in the intricate tapestry of Yoruba identity, vibrant and resilient, resistant to the fraying edges of time. As Adebayo continued, the story shifted, and tension hung thick in the air. The tale turned to a great war between rival kingdoms, a clash of honor and pride that echoed the struggles of the past. The villagers, entranced, could almost hear the clang of swords and the cries of warriors. A sensation of fear and pride swelled in their chests as the tale unfolded with all its drama and emotion. It was a reminder of their ancestors' sacrifices, the bloodshed for freedom and dignity, their lives a testimony to resilience. In the midst of the intensity, Adebayo's voice softened. He spoke of peace, of the importance of dialogue and understanding. His words were like soothing balm on a wound, teaching that even in the darkest times, hope could blossom. The listeners felt the weight of his wisdom, understanding that stories were not only about the past, but also about shaping the future. The elders, with their age-old tales, encouraged the youth to rise, to carry the torch of their culture forward, illuminating the path ahead. As the night deepened, the stars emerged, twinkling like the spirits of ancestors watching over them. Adebayo's storytelling wove seamlessly into the fabric of the night, connecting the hearts of those present. The laughter of the children mingled with the sighs of the elders, creating a symphony of nostalgia and hope. Each person present felt an unspoken bond, a shared understanding that together they were part of something greater than themselves, a lineage that transcended time. With every story, the elders nurtured the seeds of tradition, ensuring they took root in the hearts of the younger generations. It was a sacred trust, a passing of the baton from one hand to another. They stood as living reminders of the power of words, of narratives that could uplift, educate, and inspire. In Yoruba culture, storytelling was not just a pastime. It was a responsibility, a role that required reverence and passion. As the evening wore on, the villagers hung on to Adebayo's every word, their souls intertwined in a dance of shared history. The stories flowed like rivers, each one leading to the next, creating a continuous loop of connection. Their hearts beat in rhythm with the echoes of the past, and a sense of belonging filled the air. It was a moment where time ceased to exist, where the burdens of the world outside faded away, leaving only the warmth of community. Adebayo's voice rose and fell like the tide, weaving threads of suspense and emotion into the narrative. The villagers felt their breath hitch as he recounted tales of love lost and battles fought, of triumph over adversity. Each moment was a testament to the human spirit, an acknowledgement of pain and joy intertwined. The elders and storytellers were not just narrators. They were the pulse of the community, a vital force that kept the essence of the Yoruba people alive. As the night deepened, the air crackled with energy, the stories igniting a fire within each listener. They found themselves reflected in the tales, their own struggles, dreams, and aspirations mirrored in the words of the elder. The rhythm of the stories surged, carrying them through the peaks of emotion, through laughter and tears, binding them in a shared journey. Elder Adebayo, with the wisdom of ages in his eyes, was not merely telling a story. He was planting seeds of resilience and hope in the hearts of the young. The villagers understood that they were part of a lineage that stretched back for centuries, a tapestry woven with love, pain, and an undying spirit. Each story, each word, was a promise of continuity, a call to honor their ancestors by living fully and authentically. As the flames of the lanterns flickered, casting shifting shadows on the villagers' faces, the stories continued to flow, weaving a spell that held them captive. Every listener was entranced, their hearts beating in unison. Caught in the web of shared experience, Adebayo smiled, knowing that the stories he shared would live on, echoing through time, binding the past to the present and paving the way for the future. The night was still young, and the tales, like the stars above, were endless. In the dim light of a bustling Lagos art exhibit, a young woman stood frozen, her eyes wide with wonder as she beheld a mural that seemed to pulse with life. It was a vivid reimagination of the Yoruba goddess Ocean, her golden waters flowing down the canvas, shimmering like sunlight on a river's surface. This was not just a painting, it was a doorway to the past, a vivid retelling of a myth that had shaped generations. The whispers of ancestors danced around her, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Across the room, a group of young filmmakers huddled together, their excitement palpable. They were discussing their latest project, a modern adaptation of the rich tapestry of Yoruba stories. Imagine if Sango, the god of thunder, were reimagined as a powerful woman in a contemporary city. One of them proposed, his voice rising above the chatter. Her battles could reflect today's struggles: climate change, equality, justice. we could show how ancient myths still resonate. The others nodded. Their imaginations ignited, each idea sparking a flicker of inspiration that ignited the air. These modern interpretations of Yoruba myths are not mere retellings. They are living, breathing connections to the past. They breathe new life into stories that have been passed down through generations. Stories that once filled the air with the energy of drums and the warmth of communal fires. In every retelling, there's a heartbeat, an echo of the wisdom and struggles of ancestors who faced the same fears and hopes that pulse through modern society. In universities, students gather in groups, dissecting ancient tales, seeking to understand how the essence of Yoruba mythology can be woven into the fabric of contemporary life. A professor stands at the front of the room, passionately explaining how the Orisha are not just gods, but symbols of human experience. They embody the duality of life, she tells them, her voice cracking with emotion. Just like us, they experience love, betrayal, and triumph. They guide us in understanding the world around us, even today. In the bustling streets of Ibadan, a playwright watches as his script comes to life on stage. Actors don vibrant costumes, their faces painted with the intricate designs of their characters. As they enact the story of Eshu, the trickster god, laughter and gasps ripple through the audience. This modern rendition brings new meaning to the tale, highlighting the importance of communication and the nuances of relationships in today's world. It's a reminder that even in chaos, there is beauty, and through mischief, there is understanding. Social media platforms are ablaze with hashtags celebrating Yoruba mythology, with users sharing memes, poetry, and artwork. A young artist's digital illustration of Yemoja, the Mother of Waters, garners thousands of likes. In her piece, Yemoja is not only a deity, but also a symbol of resilience for women everywhere. She's a reminder of our strength. A comment reads, "We carry the weight of the world, just like she carries the rivers." The connection is unmistakable. The ancient myths resonate with the struggles of modern life, bridging generations. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over the city, a musician takes to the stage at an open mic night. He begins to strum his guitar, weaving in verses inspired by the tales of the Orisha. The crowd sways, lost in the rhythm. His lyrics speak of love, loss, and the connection to the divine. "Sango fires ignite the night," he croons, and in his thunder, we hear our cries. Each note reverberates with the collective memory of a culture, reminding everyone present that these stories are not confined to the past. They live on in every heartbeat. Even the world of fashion has not escaped the pull of Yoruba myths. Designers draw inspiration from the vibrant colors and patterns of traditional attire, creating pieces that pay homage to the Orisha. A fashion show featuring a collection inspired by ocean unfolds like a ritual, every model embodying grace and strength, the audience held in rapt attention. The fusion of ancient motifs with modern cuts tells a story of evolution, how tradition can adapt and thrive without losing its essence. In literature, authors infuse Yoruba mythology into their narratives, crafting stories that explore identity, culture, and the human experience. A novel set in contemporary Nigeria follows a young man who discovers that he is the descendant of a powerful lineage of Orisha. As he learns about his heritage, he grapples with the challenges of modern life, family expectations, societal pressures, and his own dreams. Through his journey, readers are transported to realms where the past meets the present, where myth intertwines with reality. In a small cafe, a group of friends sits around a table, animatedly discussing the latest adaptation of a Yoruba myth they watched on streaming services. "Did you see how they portrayed Olokun?" one of them exclaims. "It was brilliant. It showed the struggles of mental health in today's world while honoring the spirit of the sea." Their conversation flows effortlessly, a testament to how these stories have permeated everyday life, sparking discussions that go beyond entertainment. As the night deepens, the mural of Oshun still draws in spectators, its vibrant colors a siren call to the souls who pass by. The young woman remains transfixed, her heart racing as she contemplates the power of these stories. She feels a deep connection to her roots and recognizes the strength in the shared narratives of her people. Each modern interpretation, each adaptation, adds layers to the ancient tales, making them accessible and relevant to a new generation. With a sudden rush of inspiration, she pulls out her sketchbook, her hands trembling with excitement as she begins to draw. She captures the essence of Oshun, blending traditional elements with modern motifs, weaving her own story into the fabric of mythology. This moment is not just personal. It is part of a larger movement, a collective effort to honor the past while forging new paths. The stories continue, bouncing from one heart to another, transforming in the hands of poets, artists, and storytellers. Each adaptation a thread in a grand tapestry, vibrant and complex, reflecting the spirit of a people determined to keep their culture alive. The urgency of these narratives, their ability to speak to contemporary struggles, fuels a fire within, a shared passion that cannot be extinguished. And so, the myths live on, eternally relevant, eternally evolving. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the sacred groves where the spirits whispered. Beneath the majestic baobab trees, elders recited ancient tales of Orunmila, the god of wisdom, and Oya, the fierce goddess of winds and storms. These stories, woven through generations, were more than mere myths. They were lifelines that connected a vibrant culture to its roots. Yet, as the world grew smaller, a shadow loomed over these cherished narratives. In bustling Lagos, amid the cacophony of honking cars and street vendors shouting their wares, the echoes of Yoruba mythology struggled to be heard. The rhythms of traditional drums clashed with the beats of modern music, drowning out the sacred chants that had once filled the air. Young people, with their heads buried in smartphones, often preferred the allure of a digital world over the wisdom of their ancestors. The vibrant colors of traditional attire faded into the monochrome of jeans and t-shirts, the stories of gods and goddesses becoming mere footnotes in a history lesson. Yet, in this whirlwind of change, the old ways clung on, fighting against the tide. In a small village, a grandmother sat by the fire, the flickering flames illuminating her weathered face. Her eyes sparkled with a lifetime of stories yet to be told. "Listen," she would say, drawing the children close. "The tales of our ancestors hold the keys to our future." She spoke of the power of Ifa, the divination system that guided many through their trials. With each word, she reminded them that globalization, with its flashing lights and shiny promises, could not erase the depth of their heritage. At the same time, in an art gallery, a young artist stood before a canvas splashed with vibrant colors, depicting the Orishas in a modern context. Her work was a fusion of tradition and contemporary life, a bridge connecting the past to the present. Critics marveled at her ability to capture the essence of Yoruba mythology while addressing the challenges of a globalized world. Yet, amidst the applause, a question lingered. Could she truly honor the ancient tales while reshaping them for a new generation? Across the oceans, in distant lands, Yoruba spirituality found new homes. Diaspora communities breathed life into rituals, adapting them to their new realities. Yet, with each adaptation, a layer of authenticity seemed to chip away. The rich complexities of the mythology were sometimes simplified, packaged neatly for consumption in a world eager for novelty. What was once a tapestry of intricate beliefs began to resemble a patchwork quilt, with threads fraying at the edges. In the heart of this transformation, a young man named Ayodele grappled with his identity. Torn between the teachings of his grandmother and the fast-paced life in the city, he felt adrift. One evening, while walking along the shore, he encountered a group practicing traditional dances. The sound of drums stirred something deep within him. He watched as the dancers moved with grace, embodying the spirits they honored. Their passion ignited a spark in Ayodele, and he felt a pull toward the stories he had neglected. Yet, the challenges loomed large. With every social media post that romanticized culture without understanding it, the essence of Yoruba mythology risked becoming diluted. Ayodele felt a pang of sorrow as he witnessed his friends mock the very traditions that had once brought them joy. How could he reconcile the magic of his heritage with the demands of a world that often dismissed it as outdated? Meanwhile, the elders convened in a dimly lit room, their voices rising in a heated discussion. "We must adapt," one said, his brow furrowed with worry. But at what cost? The room fell silent, each person contemplating the weight of their history. They all knew that to survive, the stories must evolve, yet they feared losing the sacred essence that had sustained them for centuries. In a moment of inspiration, a young woman named Tolu proposed a festival that celebrated both traditional and contemporary forms of expression. "Let's invite the youth to see the magic in our stories," she urged, her eyes shimmering with hope. "Let's show them that our roots can grow in the soil of modernity." The elders listened intently, unsure yet intrigued. The task ahead seemed daunting, yet a flicker of excitement ignited within them. As the festival approached, Ayodele joined Tolu and others in preparation. Together, they curated events that intertwined storytelling, music, and art, creating a vibrant tapestry that honored their past while embracing the present. On the day of the festival, the air buzzed with anticipation. Families gathered, adorned in traditional attire, while young people showcased contemporary interpretations of Yoruba mythology through dance and theater. The sound of laughter mingled with the heartbeat of drums, echoing through the streets. Yet, beneath the celebration lay an undercurrent of tension. Critics emerged, questioning the authenticity of the event. "Are we diluting our culture for the sake of acceptance?" they asked, confronting Ayodele and Tolu with stern gazes. The young leaders felt the weight of their heritage on their shoulders. They knew the stakes were high. They were not just fighting for tradition, but also for the future of their people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the festival reached its climax. Ayodele stood on stage, heart racing, as he shared a story passed down from his grandmother. The crowd fell silent, captivated by the tale of the trickster god Eshu, who taught the importance of balance and choice in life. With every word, Ayodele wove a thread of connection between the past and present, reminding everyone of their shared identity. To his surprise, the audience erupted into cheers, and a wave of emotion surged through him. In that moment, he realized that the challenges posed by globalization did not have to mean the erasure of their culture. Instead, It was an opportunity to breathe new life into the ancient tales, to create a dialogue between the old and the new. But just as the evening seemed to glow with promise, a distant rumble of discontent began to brew. Outside the festival grounds, a group of traditionalists voiced their disdain, their chants growing louder. "This is not our way. You are losing sight of who we are." Their voices were filled with fear, invoking a long-held belief that the essence of Yoruba mythology was at risk of being consumed by the very world they sought to engage. Caught in the crossfire, Ayodele and Tolu exchanged worried glances. The night felt electric, charged with a tension that threatened to overshadow their celebration. Would the festival become a battleground for conflicting ideologies? As the drums beat on and the dancers twirled, the two young leaders knew they stood at a crossroads, teetering between the past's tradition and the future's uncertainty. The future of Yoruba mythology hung in the balance, caught in a web of emotions, challenges, and the fierce heart of a people determined to ensure their stories would not fade away. The air crackled with anticipation, a living thing that hummed with the whispers of ancestors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sacred grove, the shadows danced and twirled, echoing the stories of old. The Yoruba people, guardians of a rich tapestry of myths and legends, stood on the brink of a renaissance, an urgent revival of their cultural heritage that had been threatened by the relentless march of time and modernity. In the bustling streets of Lagos and the serene villages of Osun, the pulse of Yoruba mythology beat steadily. Artists, musicians, and storytellers gathered, united by a fierce determination to breathe life back into the narratives that once shaped their communities. There was a sense of urgency, a quiet understanding that without concerted efforts, the vibrant tales of gods and goddesses, of creation and destruction, might fade into obscurity, swallowed whole by the tides of globalization. Elders recounted the stories passed down through generations, their voices quivering with emotion as they painted vivid images of the Orishas, Ogun wielding his iron tools, Yemoja flowing like the river, and Sango, the tempestuous god of thunder, commanding storms with a flick of his wrist. In the warmth of a communal gathering, a young woman named Ifeoma stood before her audience, her heart racing. She could feel the collective breath of her people, their hopes and dreams woven into the fabric of her words. She spoke of the need to reclaim lost stories, to reinvigorate the ancient practice of oral storytelling. There was power in her voice, a spark that ignited flickers of hope in the faces before her. "We must not let our gods fade," she urged. "They are our ancestors, our guides. They teach us who we are." As she spoke, the memory of a distant past surged forward, reminding everyone of the vibrant festivals of the old days, where drums echoed through the night, where the sky was painted with the colors of joy and remembrance, where rituals soared high into the heavens, connecting the earthly realm with the divine. The Yoruba's rich mythology was not merely a collection of stories. It was a living, breathing essence that shaped their identity. Yet, the specter of neglect loomed large. The colonizers had come with their own tales, their own gods, and in the process, they had snuffed out many of the vibrant traditions that once flourished. Churches replaced shrines, and the voices of the ancients grew silent. But now, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, a movement had begun to take hold, a resurgence fueled by the passionate desire to reclaim what was lost and to pass it on to the next generation. With the dawn of technology and social media, there was hope. Artists began to use digital platforms to share their creations, fusing traditional motifs with contemporary styles. Illustrators brought the Orishas to life, their vibrant depictions drawing in the younger audience who had once felt disconnected. Musicians infused age-old rhythms with modern beats, creating a new soundscape that resonated with both the old and the young. In this modern renaissance, the myths were not just stories. They became relevant again, woven into the fabric of daily life, making it possible for the sacred to coexist with the secular. Ifeoma was not alone in her quest. Across the nation, schools began to incorporate Yoruba mythology into their curriculums, teaching children the importance of their roots. Families started to gather again, sharing tales around flickering fires, the warmth of community wrapping around them like a protective embrace. The elders smiled as they watched the younger generations engage, eyes wide with wonder. "Remember," they would say, "these stories are our strength. They remind us who we are and where we come from." And yet, the challenges were many. The threat of cultural erosion was ever present, as globalization continued to wash over societies, often leaving local traditions in its wake. Many felt the tug of modern lifestyles, pulling them away from the stories of their ancestors. Ifeoma understood the struggle, but was determined to forge a path forward. She organized workshops, inviting elders and youths to share their knowledge, to bridge the gap between generations. Together, they began to craft a new narrative, one that honored the past while embracing the future. The night of the Festival of the Orishas approached, a celebration designed to reignite the passion and commitment to Yoruba mythology. The air buzzed with excitement as the community decorated the venue, adorning it with symbols of their heritage. Drummers practiced their rhythms, dancers honed their steps, and storytellers memorized their tales, ready to weave magic into the night. The energy was electric, a palpable force that seemed to transcend time itself. On the day of the festival, as the sun began to set, the deep blue sky transformed into a canvas of orange and pink. Families gathered with laughter, their spirits lifted by the promise of connection. Ifeoma took a deep breath, her heart swelling as she watched the children, their faces painted with bright colors, preparing to perform. She felt a flicker of fear nibble at her thoughts. Would they understand the importance of what they were about to share? But as the first drumbeat echoed through the air, her worries melted away. The rhythm reverberated through her, uniting everyone present in a heartbeat of anticipation. As the festival unfolded, tales began to flow like rich honey, sweet and potent. The audience listened, rapt, as the storytellers conjured images of gods that had once danced in the spirits of their ancestors. Laughter erupted when the legend of Eshu was recounted, a trickster god whose cleverness was matched only by his love for humanity. Joy and reverence mingled in the crowd, a testament to the resilience of a culture that refused to be silenced. Yet, as the stories filled the night, a deeper truth emerged. The future of Yoruba mythology lay not only in the recollection of its past, but in its ability to evolve. The tales must adapt, grow, and intertwine with the lives of those who came after. A new generation was rising, eager to reimagine the narratives that had shaped their ancestors. Ifeoma felt a surge of hope as she realized that the spirit of Yoruba mythology would live on, beyond the stories, beyond the festivals, infused into the very essence of those who carried it forward. And within that moment, as the spirit of the Orishas enveloped the gathering, the cycle of creation and renewal continued. A thread connecting the past to the present and beyond.